All right, I think I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Friday to you. Welcome to your weekend. Hope you're having a blast and doing well and enjoying this amazing full moon in Scorpio today. Been feeling emotional, expanded, deep, mysterious. It's that energy. Got a lot going on. So, welcome everybody. Uh, if you're new, how we start off these sessions is we take a big deep breath, hold it for a moment for as long as feels comfortable, and then slow exhale out to come back to the moment, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the outside world. We come into our heart, connect with the divine, and then we bring in the singing bowl to also vibrate love vibration for us. So if you'd like to join me, let's begin by taking a big deep breath in, and then we'll bring in the singing bowl. Here we go. Big deep breath. Feels so good. Excuse me. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, and each time we can just imagine this beautiful love energy within us vibrating out into our minds and all our thoughts and all our stories, into our hearts and all of our emotions, into our physical bodies, into our blood cells and our tissues, our organs, our um, just everything, every cell within our body, every molecule. And then into our energetic bodies, into all of our chakra system, into our energetic meridian that runs throughout our bodies, and then, of course, out to our auras, just filling us entirely up and flowing out to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet because it's been feeling kind of low lately, right? A bit low vibration, and that's all right. We came down here to experience that, but just one person like magnifying out unconditional love energy at such a high vibration that it counteracts like a million lower vibrational experiences. So when we focus on that higher vibrational love, then we can help transform and change the whole collective's energy. So that's why we like to do this at the beginning. So we will do that. And then something we can add on around these times right now, we can imagine all of the places of leadership from tribal leaders all the way to leaders of nations to world leaders, that we fill every one of those positions of authority with this beautiful unconditional love energy, that whoever is in those positions has a choice to transform into higher vibration or they won't be able to stand it, and they will look at how they want to leave and exit that position. So that's something that we like to add every once in a while, not to control things, but just to feel, not feel, but fill, like pour, fill all those positions with that higher vibrational love. Let it do its work and whatever is meant for us. So I love that. So that's what we're going to do. So, of course, gratitude is something that immediately begins to raise our vibration. So if we think of something we're grateful for right here, right now, in this moment, our vibration starts to go higher, drawing in that which what we're grateful for, and opens us up to receive messages from spirit as well. So as we're doing this, remember gratitude. Here we go. 3 times. beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. My goodness. And Frankie, the black lab agrees. Probably thinks a squirrel is more likely. So, hello, everybody. So good to have you here. Excited for tonight's session to see what comes through on this beautiful full moon energy. Scorpio gets us into the secrets. It's emotional energy that can connect us to the emotional, empathic world in a very big way. So, I'm excited to see what comes through. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your bruddaZEN, and we are here to spill the tea. So thank you for being here. We have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor, thank God, because I love to laugh. We try to keep things high vibrational, full of love. So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome, welcome. Thanks for being here. And if you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down there in the description area of the video stream. Free readings are first come, first serve. We do prioritize and dive deeper into um, donation readings. So all that information's down in the description area for donations. If you want to check that out, I have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, Google Pay. I think down there you can use the super chat at the bottom too. And I don't have any set dollar amounts currently. Whatever you're able to give from your heart, I know that is what you can give. So I appreciate that, and I do honor that. Um, yeah, I try to get to free readings every session, at least 30 minutes, if not more. If I usually try to complete everything um, in each session, but I do. I changed that. I used to say 2.5 hours in, and I was holding myself to that. Now I changed it to whenever spirit leads is when I will step out of donations, complete 30 minutes of free readings, and then go back to finish donations. So that way we're not held to a timetable. um, yeah, and then after each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the order, well, all the readings with timestamps, all the names and timestamps. So if you come back and you check it out, then you can just click on that and it'll take you right to your reading if you click on that. Sorry, my nose is running. I need to catch it real quick. Put some peppermint under my nose a little earlier, and it's clearing out my head. So, woo! All right, that's good. I love peppermint. So that's kind of how the whole process works. I do offer private personal readings and energetic hedges. All that is down in the description area of the video as well. And we had our last of our full moon, new moon drawings today. So congratulations, Jamie G won. I'm not gonna have new moon and full moon free reading drawings, but I will have other giveaways, I'm sure. So keep an eye out on the channel for that. If you are subscribed, make sure you have your little notification bell set to all. You'll get notified because I usually will post on my social media, which is all listed down in the description area too, and then put out a video whenever I'm going to have some sort of drawings, uh, and all that. Just like I said in the video, Aquarian style, I kind of get tired of doing things after a while. Like I want to do something new. When it becomes bland feeling, then I want to change it. So that's what happens with that. Um, Also for the Scorpio, I was doing videos making the most of full moon and new moon energies. That's something else that I'm moving away from for now. But this is the one for today for the making the most of the Scorpio full moon energy. So be sure to check that out. Um, if you want to do released statements and affirmations, it tells you how to do that. And then the basics of making the full moon energy is here, which isn't zodiac moon specific, but full moon. I also have one for the new moon. That is in a playlist that's on my main page. So those will always be there on the main page there if you ever want to check those out. So those are available. And then I am going to continue my podcast right now, The Easier Path, for at least 5 more videos or 4 more videos. Because this one that we just put out yesterday is about growing the empathic gift, gave the big kind of overview, and then we'll go through the 4 phases of amplifying and increasing your empathic gift, and you can apply it to other spiritual gifts as well. We'll try to loop those in with it, over the next 4. Then we'll see after that where we're gonna go with the podcast, if that's what we're gonna continue to do. So that's what we have, all that free stuff that's available, and, hope you guys enjoyed that. All right, I think that is the skinny on most of it. We will, let me do some shout outs, get my list all together here, and we'll dive into the reading. So we'll start down here. Hey, Dab Dab, good to see you. Let's see. Great to see you tonight as well. Thank you. I see your Venmo donation came through. So thank you for that. We'll get you on the list here. And we also have Essence Ethereal Serenity. Hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list. Boom, boom. There we go. And we've got Chelsea. Hey, Chelsea. Good to see you. Hello, hello. I don't see a question from you yet, just in case. Like I said, I like to mention it in case YouTube decides to keep it between you two and not share it with me, which they do sometimes. So just know that. Hey, Chelsea. Yeah, okay, okay, very good. No problem. No pressure at all. Just information that way. In case it happens, we're not like, what about my question? I'm like, I don't see it. All right. And then Deb, you would like a general tonight. All right. Is it unforgettable Scorpio full moon, right? I love it. So let's see here. Could use a general tonight. Okay, I'll put that up there. All right. And then we've got a star seed. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And a plate of spaghetti. Hello, hello. We got you here. We'll get you on the list, the free list here. Good to see you as well. We got Olivier Vagara. Hello, hello, my friend. We'll get you on here. And you said you can feel the Scorpio moon. Oh, yeah, it is working, right? It can be Scorpio is the sensual, kind of sexy moon too. So it could all be making us a little bit rambunctious is what I'll say. Let's see, and I think I've got everyone else, I think, here. Let's see. Got that. Yep, and then we have Kat Mia on the list here. So hello, good to see you. You're on the free list. And then we've got Blueberry as well. Hello, hello. You are on the free list. Good to see you. Little hand waving. Lotus of Serendipity. We have you. Hello, good to see you. And Content, good to see you. I don't think I've seen you in a while, at least under that screen name. So, hello, good to see you. And then we have Sudeshna. I've got your donation, so you'll be up first for that one. And we've got Ascending Universal Butterfly, of course. Thank you so much again for all of your lovely display of not the rules, but the information. I'll call it information. I don't like the word rules. So all the information that's out there. So thank you for that. I got you on the free reading list as well. And we have Minahil and Swaroot Bobby from earlier today as well. Good to see you guys. We got you on the free reading list. And Leslie said hello really early today. So hello, Leslie, for watching right now. Good to see you. And then, hey, Angelina, good to see you. We got your donation here, so I'll add you onto the donation list here as well. All right. I think we got there. Rambunctious Scorpio. Yeah, it can influence us in a wide variety of ways, but that Scorpio, it could go from all the journey of the Scorpio, right? That goes from a scorpion with its stinger, reactive stinger. We go into the snake of the shedding of skins. We go into the eagle flying above the storms, or the phoenix rising from the ashes as a rebirth. So there's a lot of different transformative energy that comes from the Scorpio full moon, and here it is. So I know I've been in, I don't know, it's a weird No, when I say weird, it's a positive thing because 'cause I'm Aquarius, right? But, in an interesting kind of energy, just kind of really and I do have a stellium in Pisces and a Pisces moon, so I've got all this emotional, spiritual energy that flows around a full moon and water, so it does impact me, but it almost feels like I could go to sleep right now. I just feel this comfort, like I have it surrounded around me, just this blanket of love where I'm just like, I just feel cozy. That's a good word for it. Just feel cozy. All right. For the tarot deck we're going to use this evening, we're going to use the Phantom Wise Tarot. It's a beautiful kind of black and white grayish deck. So it kind of feels a little bit mysterious, kind of like the Scorpio energy. So we're going to do that. Also, happy Beltane, everyone. We're halfway between the spring equinox, the start of the spring equinox, and the start of the summer solstice, at least in the northern hemisphere. So we're right in the middle is what Beltane is. So we are going to use the Seasons of the Witch Beltane Oracle for the fortune cookie for those that make donations of $5 or more. And for the others that are less than $5, you'll get a fortune cookie of the universe has your back. Really cool deck too. In fact, it has like a giant full moon on the back of it. So how fitting is that? Well, I didn't even see the back. This is the back of the other deck. Full moon with bees. There's JoJo's bee visiting her. All right. So that is what we have. And I think I've got everyone on the list. Let me just double check here. My um, emails, make sure they're all working here. Yeah. boom, boom. All right. Hey, you just came in. How did I know? So you got the bees. Yeah. Yeah, you understand why people are acting emotional, extra emotional around things, right? I hear you. It's always good to know the energies of the planets, right? So, do a little cheers to everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for all the thumbs up and the like. It does help spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful that you're part of the giant love tsunami, helping spread the love across the planet. So, cheers, cheers, everybody. I love you, and I'm so glad you're here. Yum, yum, yum. All right. So, for donations, we'll have Sudeshna up first, and then Deb, and then Angelina. And that's all we have so far. And if that's it, we'll go right into the free readings as well. So we'll see what unfolds here. Cheers. All right. So Sudeshna, you're up 1937 is your timestamp. Thank you so much. Let me give your donation a love and a like since it lets me here. And your question for this evening is, oh yeah, full moon messages for you, please. Let's take a look. What is in store here for you? What does Spirit want you to know about this full moon, or what it's bringing you, or what? What is it? What do they want to tell you here? All right. And that's there. All right. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the Five of Swords. So the Five of Swords is that energy, of this battle between the head and the heart, right? Which you kind of have going on, especially around career. We know that that's a big piece of the puzzle, but what's great, they're saying that because of this emotional, hugely emotional Scorpio full moon, because it's a water energy, right? It's going to help you get in connection with your heart. So the thing that you've been, needing and looking for of, I'm like, what is this that I'm being drawn to? I need clarity. Well, the heart is going to be like, it's almost like you're like the Hulk. It's turning into your heart energy is turning into a Hulk. Boom, extra big, knocking out the mind for a minute, or overpowering it at least, so that you get this big surge of emotional clarity that comes in. Let's see what else we have here. That's the bottom of the deck. Yeah, you got the Two of Pentacles. So there's this balancing energy that comes in here with this moon. It really gets you out of your mind, shines a bright light. I love this sun card. Look at those sunflowers. Such beautiful. It's so crisp. I love it. But crisp, clear, emotional energy because the Leo sun energy gets you in tune with your inner child. Yeah. I was going to say, watch you have the Queen of Cups. And here's the Queen of Cups. The master of emotion comes in here. So, what I was saying, shown through the cards about your emotional energy being expanded to help you get messages and understand that here. Yeah, the Eight of Cups. So, you're realizing emotionally what you're leaving behind and heading off into the unknown. There is something here about heading into this emotional unknown energy, and that's okay that you don't need to know the entire, like, rest of your life. It's just the next step. It's just the next step. Just one step at a time, literally going up the stairs, right? Below that, you have 2 cards. You've got the Six of Pentacles and the Queen of Wands, yeah. So, they're independent. So the Six of Pentacles is, again, it's a balancing energy, but it is in a way getting in tune with your inner child as well. I talk about in the episode of my Easier Path podcast, the abundance where it be. We talk about the two things that keep things away from coming toward us. I'm going to post it here in case anyone's interested in that, because we talk about energy and we talk about our inner child, the rate of exchange. The Six of Pentacles brings in that rate of exchange where we feel we have to give so much and deserve so little. So even though we do like manifestation and focus on gratitude and energy and bring it to our city gates, before it comes in, our inner child has to approve to open the gates. And our inner child has a subconscious rate of exchange that it learned from 7 years old and younger, which it um, thought, I have to give all this because I only can get this much from the important people in my life, from a child's perspective, anyway. But we go in a lot of detail into that. In that, if you want to check that out, it is called it's Adventure 14 in my podcast, The Easier Path Abundance, where it be. The link to the podcast is down in the description area, or if you click on and go to my main channel page, it's always up there too. And the Queen of Wands energy is, once you determine what it is you want emotionally, then you put all this energy into it. Oh, actually, there's both. Duh. The Wands energy is the attraction energy. The Six of Pentacles is the gate. So here's these two things are what we talk about in that podcast. So I highly recommend that if you haven't checked it out, because we definitely, I feel like it's almost like an hour long, but it's worth it with the tools and the perspective Spirit gives us, because it impacts every area of our life. But I also feel that this is what this full moon energy is really giving you a opportunity. A bright light is shining into your heart. It's like the spotlight has changed to your heart. So this is the time to go, hey, heart, I have some questions for you, and do that. Yeah. You even have the heart. I never saw it this way, but like the heart wants to live, it wants us to live, it wants us to pursue what makes it feel bright, what makes it sing. But the thoughts, the Three of Swords, these mindsets, these expectations are what kind of pierce the heart in a way to shush it up, because it's like, no, 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 you can't feel. We need to stay in our lane. We need to stay safe because our emotional inner child wants to express emotions. And that's what gets us in trouble as children, right? Three emotional responses: laughing and smiling, which adults love a laughing and smiling child; crying and sad child, no, no, no; angry, um, throwing a tantrum child, no, no, no. So these two things we learn to suppress, the heart, right? And that's what this expectations is. The mind's like, no, we keep on getting in trouble. You need to hide that stuff. You're going into the cellar. So there is this looking at the, allowing the heart to, in a way, come back to life in a way. It's like Frankenstein monster, the electricity coming down, this moon, full moon energy is doing this. And what do you get? You get the chariot card, which is ruled by the moon, Cancer sign, moon energy. And it's the power of choice that comes in here, the mind and the heart, the choice between the two. So I feel like this is a great opportunity to journal, to connect with your inner child, to connect with your heart and go, where is it that you're wanting us to go? So I feel like there's a great opportunity. Yeah, even under the Five of Swords, you've got the Ten of Cups, which is emotions overflowing. So I like it. I like this for you. Great opportunity to magnify that. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. I'll just put these back in the deck real quick. Different places here. All right. And then you will have the universe has your back, because they do. I love this deck. It's short and sweet, but so deep. All right. So you've got, ooh, so we've got this beautiful purple kind of crown chakra energy that says, through prayer and meditation, I create a ripple effect of peace in the world, especially in your world. It starts with peace in your world. So, this connection going, hey, where you want me to go kind of energy, right? So, I like that for you, Sudeshna. And that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. All right, and then Marissa, hey, Marissa, I did get your, donation through the PayPal, so thank you for that. I'll get you on the donation list. You just have a couple ahead of you here. And let's see here. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. Oh, yeah, Jojo, your question today. Get you on the free reading list here as well. So, why have they been so annoying to you? Well, Scorpio energy, Scorpio moon, but we'll dive in and find out for sure, for shizzle. All right. So up next we've got Deb, and then Angelina, and then Marissa. You'll be up after that. So Deb 2906. Thank you so much for your donation via the Venmo. I'm grateful for that. And let's take a little cheers. Take another sip here. All right. So, a general reading. What does Spirit want you to know on this beautiful Scorpio full moon evening? They want this one and that one. And these four. Well, kind of 2 and 2, though. All right. And then this one, too, underneath that. Oh, 2 underneath that. And this last one. All right. So let's scooch these over because it expanded. There we go. So bottom of the deck, you do have the Eight of Pentacles. It's a beautiful energy of transformation. And, it's always reminds me of the caterpillar to the butterfly energy. But let's take a look here. I don't feel like this is about you necessarily. Feels more that we're always transforming a little bit, but I feel like someone else's transformation is what's really influencing you, your transformation. So I'm so tired and my back hurts. Okay. No, yeah, right. I have this wonderful heating pad on back here on my back. It's just I started working out again this week, so I'm just uh letting it heal uh preemptively, giving it the little oomph. So I send you wonderful heat energy to your back. But definitely you put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, you do get the reward, is the Eight of Pentacles too. But this, it feels like more about you watching someone else grow and transform, or some other people. I feel like there's several people around you that are going through some significant transformations. And I love how your experience through this has been not feeling the pressure, not feeling like you have to solve everything, putting your mamacita 2 cents in here and there. That's you're totally within your rights to do that, right? But you don't feel the judgment on yourself or the as much guilt as you had in the past about, "I didn't fix it." You're just like, "I'm gonna share this, and if they take it, they take it. If they don't, they don't, but I did what I needed to do. I feel better," kind of energy, right? Oh, look, working long hours. That's right. Boom, boom, all in, baby. All right, so that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see. You have 3 cards that came out together. You do have the Queen of Cups, so very empathic, emotional energy coming in, along with the World card, an ending of a significant cycle, beginning of a new adventure. Is this for Tab? And the Three of Wands, yeah, a change of direction than they thought they would do, right? So there is this, very emotional, empathic individual having a significant ending, new beginning, going a different direction with that Three of Wands, with new information, choosing something different than they thought they would, and even in timing. So this sounds kind of like Tab here. So huge transformation, right? That's kind of who I thought this was for. I figured they would reveal it very quickly and clearly here. And I feel like that's the big thing that you're seeing because you're proud of her. You're excited for her taking the leap and investing and going, I'm doing this because this is my dream, not that other thing. So I like that. Yeah. And then you have the next little group. You have two cards with one underneath. You got the 10 of Pentacles. Yeah, this abundance, this fullness energy of the outside world, even a bit of legacy energy coming in with that. The King of Cups, a beautiful balance between the head and the heart. So it just feels here. It's like here's a king in their castle, energy underneath the emperor. So definitely there is this energy of, especially in regards to things in the outside world, balancing things, which is a good energy for them to do, is to have this balancing energy both for us and, for them, us meaning you. The emperor is a decision has been made, a plan has been put down, ruled from the heart, and action being taken on the heart. Something that actually, with this King of Cups, is the balance between the head and the heart, rather than just the head saying, "No, this is the, sane, responsible thing to do," or, "Oh, this is the emotional thing to do, screw logic," right? It's a beautiful combination between the 2 that's coming in here. So I like this Aries energy of the Emperor action based on that. And then you've got 2 cards, and 1 card, but 1 card and 1 card underneath each of those 2 cards too. So it's kinda like 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, and then and final ending card, we'll see what that is here. But the next one here, we've got the Ace of Cups and the Queen of Swords. Again, there's this allowing the heart to lead, and the Queen of Swords is like the King of Cups. It's the balance between head and heart. So this does feel like 2 individuals. One does feel more emotional than the other. It's like someone who's emotional needed mind to balance, someone who is mental is mind-based needed heart to balance, and I feel like I'm not sure if one of those describes her partner, but feels like both of them are helping balance each other out with, when they allow themselves to be balanced by that. underneath the surface of that one, they do have the Six of Pentacles. Yeah, there's this balancing energy. I do feel whoever the more logic-oriented and, brain center person, that they did have this Six of Pentacles, below the surface, that they have a harder time with faith and trust in the universe because they're so logic minded because of what they grew up with. I feel like they faced lack a lot more growing up. So they had to, that's their fear kicking in and it's difficult for that, right? Today was opening day. Oh, how fun. You worked alone in the office. Oh, yeah, absolutely, right? Just out seeing people and wandering around, enjoying her dream, right? He's a Scorpio, very, very emotional Scorpio. There have been some instances where his emotions need to be checked. Oh, okay, very good. Well, yeah, especially today, right? So I like that they're both a lot of growth through this energy here. Then the third, maybe this is another person. We do have the Seven of Wands and the Ace of Pentacles. Well, those could be them both because there is this energy here with the Ace of Pentacles is this brain opportunity to, with that Seven of Wands, to stand up and be true to one's authentic self. Like, I'm going to be me. I'm not going to dim my light, ask permission to shine, need to defend whatever. I'm have this new opportunity. I'm seeing my worth in a different way, not by, the things that I would have judged myself by before. And there's this freedom that comes in with all this. Yeah, and the Four of Swords. Yeah, speaking of rest, a chance to rest. So we got this wonderful, energy below the surface here of letting go of expectations, seeing things from a higher perspective, and actually being able to rest in that knowledge. So I love it. I love it. I love it. And all this is leading here. This transformation is leading to the magician. Realizing here, one, let's see, there's three things about the magician. One is that the power lies in our hands, that whatever I focus on is what I draw to me. Number two is I've got to know what I want to focus on in order for my energy to go towards something. And if I'm bouncing between 10 different things, nothing grows a whole lot because the energy keeps, it's like having 10 plants in a dark basement and you take your little grow light and you keep moving it from plant to plant to plant, all the plants kind of just grow tiny bit. But if you're like, you know what, the one thing I want to grow is this, one of them's an avocado tree, and I'm going to put the lamp on that, and that grows fast, right? And that's what this is, as well. And then the third thing is actually with all the elements, knowing how to use all the elements of our mind, our heart, our physical actions, our uh, focal energy. Every one of those areas draws things toward us. So it's stepping into the power that's really coming here, right? So I like this. It feels really good stepping in, taking action, realizing I have everything I need within me to make things happen. I don't have to depend on others, um, or learning something new or having something more to have my dreams come true. So beautiful. Love that. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here too. You'll get one of the Beltane because you did donate $5 or more. So we'll get you one of those here in a sec. That was a lot of cards. I just realized, like, all right, here we go. One more. All right, there we go. So let's see what the Beltane Oracle will bring in here for you. So what else for Deb Deb? No, I didn't want that one. What? There's a lot. Nope. I said they'll make it really obvious, and there it is. So you have Sacred Waters, card number 35. Says, "Drunken by the swell of the sea, I can feel the blanket of her embrace. Unafraid of the presence, releasing the cords. I call her in. I call her deeply within." Wow, I love that. Because isn't this by the sea? So this is all about healing. Wow. So this card comes to a reading when you're ready to heal wounds that have troubled you for many moons, perhaps lingering pains out from things lost, or the weight of the past that creeps up to haunt you at night. Pulling the sacred waters is a sign that you will soon be renewed and your soul will release the cords that have bound you to hurtful memories of old. You may not know what needs to be healed. You could be carrying baggage that isn't immediately present in your consciousness, but the effects of such deep healing will become evident in the changes happening around you. Do not question the blessings coming into your life. They are here because you're slowly learning to wash away the blocks that have previously prevented such abundance. Wow. Sacred Waters reminds you to be gentle with yourself in the coming weeks. Difficult emotions or painful memories may surface, but this is your spirit bringing them to your awareness so they can be healed for good. If you do experience painful memories, allow them to wash over you. Do not try to overcome what you feel or allow yourself to feel guilty for what you're feeling. Simply experience the wave, allowing it to pass at its leisure. I like that. Beautiful, beautiful. So that is what they have for you, my dear. The Healing Waters by the Edge of the Sea. You gotta love it. So exciting opportunities, right? So I think that's what you said there. His fear stemming from his upbringing. Oh, you knew both of his parents. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're like, yep, I get it. All right. There it is. Took a sec for things to load in here. So thank you again, Deb, for your donation. And let me get um here catch up on my list here. We'll get back into the readings. So let's take a look here. Right. You played Fix It Mom today? Oh, that's right. Go to the beach. You got yelled at. Mom, do what I say. Do as I say. All right. All right. And then Chelsea, hello, hello. Good to see you. Let's see here. All right. So Chelsea, I'm not sure if you're making a donation for deeper diver ones. I'm not seeing anything yet. For free readings, I just offer one per person per session. I'll put both the questions down here just in case. Oh, you forgot to hit submit. Okay. No problem. I I will I'll put the questions here and keep the order there. Yeah, no problem. All right. And then Lauren of Light, hello, hello. I do see your Cash App came in here as well. So, Lauren, thank you so much for that. I'll get you over here. Let me get those questions. There we go. Good to see you. Hello, hello. I see your little greeting there. Yeah. Oh, it's a crow. It's a full moon crow. Of course. I know crows mean something to you, right? Because as I was picking out my shirt for today, I'm like, "Oh, it's a full moon. I've gotta do it." Yeah, raven, raven. So I love that. Yay. All right, let's take a look here. So I've got, let me make sure here. So I got that one, Chelsea. Okay. And then here is your other wild question. Okay. A third party revealer. Okay. Too funny. All right. So we got those. We got those. Oh, yep. There we go. Maria P. Hello, hello. I got your donations, and here's your free reading. We'll get that on the list here. And let's see. I came in before and after Lauren here. So you got one before and one after. There we go. The fish crow. Oh, I love it. I love it. We have a lot of ravens and crows around here too. I love it. Let's see. I think that was that it here. Yeah, because I got JoJo, and so that was after that. Let me just peruse here just to make sure. Got those. We got those. We got those. We got those. All right. And I do believe here it comes. Yes, and Chelsea, I did get your Cash App came through as well. So we got you on here on the list here. So let me just clean this up a little. Oh, in North Dakota. I'm actually I'm in Colorado, Colorado Springs. I'm not I talk about Colorado Springs all the time, the weather and everything. So I live just below Pikes Peak. So they had some of the same last name as me. Oh, interesting. I had let's see, North Dakota. Don't know if it was North Dakota. My brother's father-in-law and his wife lived in North Dakota for a while, but they're not the same last name, obviously. That would be weird and not legal in some states. Because whether or not all related, of course. But yeah, a lot of German. Yeah. Yeah. I love that. Cool. So thank you. So what we have coming up for donations, just so everyone knows the list right now. We have Angelina coming up next, and then Marissa, and then Maria P for your first one, and then Lauren of Light, and then back to Maria P for the second one, and then Chelsea for your questions. So that is where we're at. So thank you guys again. I'm going to take a sip here as we dive back in. So cheers, cheers, everybody. So glad to have you here. So grateful. Cheers, cheers, cheers. All righty. So, Angelina, we have 49.46 for your almost at 49.49. So you want to know what can you expect next week? Oh, let me give your donation here a love and a like since it lets me. All right. So let's see here. What can you expect next week based on current energies and choices, right? We got that. We got that. We got that. So I do want that first. And that one. And that one. And that one. All right. What do we have unfolding here? Ooh, I love it. Your overall energy for next week. You got the Wheel of Fortune. I love this deck here. You also have the 10 of Wands and the 10 of Cups underneath that. All these 10s. So you have the Wheel of Fortune, which is the major arcana 10, but you have all this joy energy of the 10 of Cups. Let's see if I could do this. Why don't I just try not to be fancy and just do it the old-fashioned way so you can actually see the cards. I love the 10 of Cups, all those things in there, right? I love that. And then the 10 of Wands, because you got it, it came out with these others, because the 10 of Wands can feel like a burden, or it can feel like a harvest. And with it coming out with the Wheel of Fortune and also the 10 of Cups, feels like next week you might even have a significant ending and beginning that comes in with all this 10 energy, but it's all for you. It's all like, could be an end of waiting for something. It could be, anything like that. So I love that as the underlying energy for the entire week. I feel like you're gonna have 3 little small stacks or little separations of cards. So I feel like there's 3 things they want you to know in addition to that. You have the Page of Pentacles and the Eight of Swords. Yeah, there is an opportunity with this Page of Pentacles, a new opportunity, heightened opportunity coming here in this next week that can bring abundance. And it comes about with this Eight of Swords, which is you have been letting go of a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and, powerless. And now this opportunity, you wouldn't even have seen it like a year ago because of the limitations that you had on yourself. But you've grown so much over this last year. I feel like they're just kind of celebrating that in a way. And that now, because you had these like blinders on, like we all do, we're taught growing up, right? And this opportunity was over here. And if you hadn't removed it, you wouldn't see it. But because you removed some, your eyes are open more, right? Because you're seeing from a higher perspective. And now you're like, "Ooh, look at that." And you would have even have seen it before. So I like that. So great opportunity coming. You also have the Eight of Wands, another flowy card. A lot of fast energy. This is a lot of messages and guidance from spirit coming in. Yeah, you do have the Two of Pentacles underneath it, which does tell me in a way that there's two choices to make in the outside world. And spirit has given you a lot of messages. And and they will give you even more if you are not sure what you wanna do, if you have a choice between doing, 2. I don't feel like they're like life or death kind of situations, but you might even have several little, smaller decisions to make, and sometimes usually if we don't know what decision to make, it comes from 2 places. Either we know what we wanna do, but we're scared, or we don't have enough information to make a decision, and we're like, "I don't know." The first one, you'll know it, and you'll have the courage to choose what you wanna do anyway. Not from the mind, living up to expectations, but for your heart, like, you know what you wanna do. In the situation where you don't have all the answers or the information to make a decision, that's when you can ask spirit and go, can you guys just help make this a no-brainer decision? Bring me a piece of information or several pieces of information that just make it obvious. Oh God, no, not that, this. And they will. They'll just flood you with answers and clarity to help you make the decision that aligns with your heart. So I like that. And then your third kind of thing for next week is you have the Hermit card. Yeah. So there's going to be a little bit of alone time available to you. And they're saying it's like an invitation from spirit to take it. Come spend some time with us, whatever way you want. They don't care if it's journaling, if it's going for a walk, if it's sitting in a bathtub, if it's taking a nap and you want to come visit us in the dream world, whatever you want to do. They're like, we're just inviting you because there's 3 things they want you to know. Number one, is everything happens in the perfect timing with the Knight of Pentacles. Even though it sometimes feels like things aren't happening, nothing's happening, is this thing on? It's, you know, happening on purpose for a purpose, and things go slow to give you the opportunity to raise your vibration so you'll draw in something new instead of drawing things in from the past, right? Doing basically what I mean is doing what we've always did and getting what we've always gotten. They slow it down so these things don't come in fast, allowing you time to kind of escape from the lower vibration in a way, to raise your vibration. This thing drifts away and you draw in something, higher there. Oh, you've seen them in the dream world. I love it. That's why they added that in. I normally don't say that. So that makes sense why they wanted to say, "Hey, you can even take a nap, come visit us there," because 'cause they've done it before. You have the Ace of Cups. Yeah, this is all about self-love. I feel like they're saying here it's important to know that whatever, you're seeing in the outside world is a reflection of you, and that you can't give love to others more than you have for yourself, and you can't receive love from others more than you have for yourself. Neither can other people. I feel like it's more the other people just to help you understand why can't these people give more love, and you're like, "Oh, because they don't have love for themselves. They can't give me more than they have." And it's like, wow. And I feel like there's a little reflection on yourself too from the past, and giving yourself some grace that I did the best I could with how much I loved myself back then. Forgive, release, let it go. And the 9 of Wands, yeah, I do feel like here with this 9 of the Hermit card and then the 9 of Wands here, you're really stepping into your power, which is gonna allow you to step through, obstacles and step through something that you wouldn't have been able to, like I said, it's something about a year ago. There's significant growth from a year ago. Maybe there was something a year ago that really rattled your cage, where you had a significant, wake up call, and you've taken it and ran with it. So a lot of barriers, a lot of opportunities are coming about now because of everything you've done over these 364 days. Why did they? I don't know. Is there something that happened tomorrow a year ago? Because they're bringing in it's, you know, uh, today is the 364th day. Tomorrow would be a year since this thing happened. It feels like they're being very specific. That's funny. So I feel like that's what you can expect. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. Got the universe has your back. Yeah, I like it. I am a spirit having a human experience, and I'm here to get closer to love. I like this. Your eyelashes and the third eye in there. You might need to pluck your eyebrows. No, just kidding. Those are pretty big eyebrows. I can't talk, I've got but that's what they have for you, Angelina. Hopefully that helps. I love that for you. Thank you again for your donation. So happy to have you here. All right. Spirit's funny. All right, so Marissa, you're up 50. Well, let's do 59 even. Whoops. If I can type 59 even. You're very welcome. Here is your timestamp, Marissa. And I think, let's see here. There it is. Your question is in here. Let me take a quick sip here as well. Cheers, cheers. All right. So is he still living with April? And if so, will he leave? All right. So first, is he still living with her? Let's see what that says here. We got the Queen of Cups here, very emotional person here. Let me get clarity on that. I almost kind of get this feeling of queen guilt tripper, like sad. Queen manipulation, which we're all taught, right? The stages of manipulation is sad and crying. Then people feel bad, and they feel they're responsible for our sadness. So they'll do what we want and we get our way. If that doesn't work, then we go into bullying and anger and throwing things around. If that doesn't work, then we go into rejection, silent treatment, cold shoulder. If that doesn't work, we go back to square one and start crying and going, "Why when I left, I hung up on you, didn't come after me?" And then anger, so it's the sadness, the anger, the rejection. But I feel like they're the master of the crying, and I feel like there's some of that kind of energy there. Let's see what else we have here. Are they there? Got the Knight of Swords, the Hermit, the Ten of Swords. So I do feel here that they are leaving because of the Hermit card. That's them off on their own. So I feel like they I don't feel like they're living with them, but they took their time, and they've been taking their time to kinda less and less time there. So they're kind of doing a not a cold turkey, but they were just they kind of were stepping out. I do feel like they're not living there anymore, but I still feel like they still interact, because of the Knight of Swords is movement of communication. 10 of Swords is letting go of expectations, which we knew that before, right? I think that came up, and why did he leave her? Because she started having a lot of expectations, and and that is a turnoff for them, for A. And so they slowly, because it's like the Knight of Swords to the 10 of Swords, so it's like 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, right? Yeah, we're over there last Sunday, yeah, so I feel like there's this slow movement out, of there, so, um but I feel like they're in this hermit energy where I feel like maybe they're staying somewhere else. Um, but I feel like it is a slow roll away. Let's see what else we can find out about that here. Yeah, we have the Ace of Cups, which is their self love and their new love energy. Let me see what else we can find out about this here. Yeah, so we do have here, there is a argument with the Five of Swords, and the World card is an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So they are really focused in on their emotions here, and that makes sense too, that, I feel like they kinda use them as a had been using them as a free babysitter in a way, so his other kids were over there without him there, right? He was like, "Hey, can you hang out with my kids? I need to go in and do some stuff." So yeah, he's kind of weaning away from that craziness. Let's see, anything else that we can know about this situation here? Yeah, we have the Five of Pentacles, the fear of rejection, the fear of being left behind, the fear of not having enough, the fear of not being enough. So yeah, kind of they don't just leap away from things. They kind of ease their way out of things while they're trying to ease their way in somewhere else. Are they trying to ease their way into your life? Don't babysit whatever you do. Just your child, not their other children. Nope, nope, nope. So, that's kinda what's going on there. It just feels like, does he use his, exes as babysitters? Bastard. Alright, let's see what else we have here for you, Marissa. Oh, your fortune cookie here. You've got, "When I'm connected to my joyful presence, I attract support from the universe." Look at the giant full moon today too. But when you focus in on your joyful energy is expanded, especially on a full moon like we're having now, days before, days after, whatever emotion we're focusing and feeling, we feel it like tenfold. So higher vibration joy, wow. Lower vibration, fear, anger, sadness, whatever, amplify it as well. There's no wrong or right emotion, so we don't beat ourselves up, but we also know we can change it if I don't want to feel a certain way. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So we've got Maria P up next for the first one. So 105.25 is for number one. And there is your timestamp. And let's get into your first question via the PayPal. All right. So Wally's thoughts on you today, not thoughts and feelings, but just thoughts, huh? So what's coming for you guys? All right, thank you. Dr. Laura texted you today, even though you took off to tell you that you went up in the contract, but I saw it was literally that I went up in the contract, but I saw it was literally cents? Question mark. So what's coming for you at work? And promo question mark. All right, let's see what we got here. So, Wally's thoughts on you today. Yeah, Queen of Swords. What a beautiful card. You get this a lot, King of Cups or Queen of Swords, which is a wonderful balance, right? A wonderful balance between head and heart, very compatible energy. They're just thinking about all the way that you guys just fit so well together, both mentally, how you guys have great conversations, emotionally, how you guys connect in your heart. Wahaha, how that you guys, your passion, your fire energy really works well together, and, in the physical world too, just he just sees how everything just, so compatible is this energy. What's coming up for you guys? Ooh, the 4 of Wands. Don't know when this is. Eh, this is a joyful gathering. Could be a party. It is a marriage card, but I don't feel like marriage is like tomorrow or anything. But I do feel like that's on his mind on, seeing that he sees that you guys could be married. But I feel like there is a joyful celebration or gathering that's coming up sooner than that, something that you guys are gonna go do together, celebrating something? I don't know if you guys are celebrating an anniversary of having known each other. Doesn't feel like that so much, though. Feels like more it's someone else's congratulatory celebration, or someone's having a wedding and you guys are going to it, but there is this gathering that you guys are gonna go to together, so how fun. And then Dr. Laura texted you and said, um that you went up in a contract. I'm not sure what all that is, but and it was if it was off by cents, is that what you're like, "Why does she do all this?" Right? So he has the Page of Pentacles, which, um Page of Pentacles, it is an abundance card, but I feel like this is a the reason she was doing it, I feel like she just needed to communicate it to know it's been communicated, and then she'll let it go. Because I just feel like she's, like, multitasking and she didn't think about that, and but I feel like for you, this Page of Pentacles is just a little rattling of your cage to have you focus in on your self-worth and how her opinion of you, whatever you think her opinion of you, doesn't define who you are, and your self-worth, your worth doesn't change because of someone else's opinion or actions, non-actions, words, or silence. And I feel like that's an important thing for you to know. It's like, well, this is what they felt they needed to do to feel good in the moment, and that's all right. But whatever bubbled up within you is for you to look at with that. What's coming for you at work? Yeah, you got 3 of Cups, joy, celebration. So something gathering here does feel like a celebration. Um, what is this collaboration kind of thing? Because it feels like there's a group of 3 of you. I feel like maybe there's gonna be a project or something, that you guys come together to work on something, but it's an opportunity, but it's a joyful kind of experience, so we like that. And then promotion, question mark? You got the King of Wands, which it's up to you with your energy and your energetic choices. Um, and we've talked about that before. You get the Queen of Wands, the King of Wands is about getting out of your head of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be's, and when you focus in on gratitude for what you do have and promotions you have had in the past and the experiences that you've loved at work in the past, that draws opportunities towards you. So, Wands energy is all about possibility. So, promotion, definitely possible. But if your energy is focused on need, want, lack, fear of not getting promoted, then that pushes it further down the road. So it's all in your power, which is where we want it, not someone else, right? For your fortune cookie, you've got my faith has the power to turn trauma into healing, conflict into growth, and fear into love. Look, you got the new moon and the full moon on there. So your faith, that's your energy, that goes forward. Your belief is what it is. That's our energy. So if I'm truly grateful for what I have and have had. That's what draws things in, right? So hopefully that helps. That is what they have for your first one. We will circle back around for number 2 in a moment after we go into Lauren's here. Let me just get your other one queued up today. Nope, that was your old one. See, that's what I do now. Oh, of course, it'd be after Lauren's donation. There we go. Duh. All right. All right. So we'll circle back around and then also your free reading eventually, too. All right. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for all of your love and support and your patience in getting to your readings. We'll get there. Cheers, cheers. Yay. All right. All right, Lauren of Light, we got 11212. Look at that for your timestamp. So thank you for your donation via the Cash App. And let me get your, oops, I should get your questions here in order first, but we'll do that real quick here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I think that's it. So for your first one, you want to know someone from your past, dun, 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 has come in. OON. So why? And what's spirit showing you? All right. Here, let's take a look here. What's the purpose of this here? So, right, why? That one too. All right. What else? What is the lesson? What's the deets here? All right. I like it. Because the bottom of the deck, you have the Empress energy coming in. It's all about creation. It's all about nurturing yourself. And I feel like, with this being the underlying energy for the question, the Empress, it is all about, it helps you see how desirable you really are. Because we know it up here, and we know it in here too. But when we get it from out here, our ego really likes it. But it helps. It makes it easier for us to kind of. It reinforces it, right? It's like you have they're showing me a house is all built and it's got all the concrete walls and everything, but it's nice to get the stucco put on the outside. It's more visual than it is structural, if that makes sense. So you already have your structure going on and you're finding your self love and self worth very strong inside. But it's nice to have a little sprinkles on top just to, that there's this, wow, people care. I am desirable in a way. Um, People do think about me. People do care about me, right? Yeah. So I love that. Shows you your growth too with the Empress. It's funny how the Empress is pregnant. It shows you how much you've grown since then as well, right? So that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see what else we got here. You got the Moon. Oh yeah, and the 6 of Wands. So, the Moon card activating the wolves, especially Scorpio, sexy energy. And that 6 of Wands is that mutual attraction energy. So, "Arr!" They're howling at the moon. But it does bring up, it amplifies emotions, and it shows you, I mean, they've been thinking about you, just this moon made them like, "I gotta act on this," kind of, and so they reached out. And they were hoping with that 6 of Wands. I love it that it's the look at the cats watching the other cat with the mouse going, "Ooh, look at desirable." They're like, "Ooh, look what she's got." So, um, and it is interesting though too, they're saying here with the Empress and like the full moon, your emotions you're shining. You were kind of dimming your light before because of what you were going through, right? Yeah, we know why he doesn't like him, because he senses a threat, you know? It's like It's like so here's, like, Jake, right? And here's the and he sees another, someone else interested. "Well, wait a minute." That's right. So he doesn't like, he dislikes that he doesn't like competition. A doctor and an ex-NFL player. Wow. So, you know, there definitely is threat there, but, I feel like that your energy because the energy that you were pouring out of you towards Jake, you're pouring inward towards you, right? And so you're glowing and you do attract moths, they love your light, Lorn of light. So, and it's like, that's all right. Bzz, be a bug zapper. You're hiding. That's funny. Let's see what else here. Yeah, like I said, shining bright, the sun, and the Three of Cups. Yeah, your joy and celebration here, kind of energy that's, you're glowing. Literally, you're glowing in the spiritual energy, your mental energy, your emotional energy. So, you are radiating that and it does get you noticed, and that's okay. You can't hide the sun, you know? You can put some clouds, but they're still gonna your light burns away the clouds anyway, so, um, I like that. You also have, yeah, the star card, and the King of Swords. So there is this energy, that's again the sun during the day, the star and the moon at night. You're this bright, shining energy here, and it's the star card is like a dream come true, but you are people's mental dream come true, right? Like they have all this stuff, and you're like, yeah, but you've always looked for the emotional and they were more and the King of Swords kind of reminds me of, you know, Jake a little bit too, you know, and a lot of times men are kind of more on that side of the brain, stereotypically or theoretically or historically, at least straight men, and it kind of feels like you're seeing it's bringing you clarity. So why, um, is spirit showing you this is to show you um, stuff about yourself, how much you've grown, who you are, but it also is so that you can see what you want, what you don't want as well. Yeah, right. You're like, all right, so this is like Jake in the future, but is that really what I want? you know? So it's bringing you clarity, and you're like, I don't know, maybe I can mold them. Maybe I can mold them. So I like that. So that's for your first one. Let's see. Let me do a couple of quick shout outs here. We'll go on to your second question real quick here. Hey, is that Bay? Yeah, we do have a free list if you want to just throw your question out and I'll get you on the list here when I'm done with Lauren's reading here as well. And hey, Stormborn, good to see you. Thank you for the donation. You're on the donation list here. I'll give an update where we're at here and after we're done with Lauren as well. All right. Hey, Debbie, love and light to you. All right. So, Lauren, let's see here. For question number two, we'll do 12037 for that one. You're done fixing. I hear you there. As women, we never say, maybe I can mold and him and fix him. But you might think it. Well, I know me as a balance between masculine and feminine. I thought I could fix men. It didn't work. So maybe you're just smarter. I know women are smarter than men, so I get it. All right. So for number 2 for you, Lauren, what's your next path to get clients? I love it. And then when do you get paid again? How and who? All right. So what's the next path here based on current energies to get clients? All right. Got that here. Those. And then you want to know when do you get paid again? We'll pull a when card and a how and the who. All right. Let's do a when card here. All right, here we go. Okay. So the bottom of the deck for this question, you do have the Queen of Cups, which is I feel like your gut instinct. I know you're already getting a pull in a direction, so I feel like you're already getting messages. Underneath that, you have the Wheel of Fortune. So there definitely is clients that will be coming your direction. But what's your next path to get clients? Got the Queen of Swords. So there is a balance here between head and heart. And I feel like that's kind of what you're figuring out now. You're kind of in this I'm getting my balance back. And I needed this time for me because this is a big pivotal time for your life, for your heart especially, that you needed to have no client. You needed to have this freedom right now to move, to get yourself situated, to get yourself adjusted, right? To cleanse and get rid of a lot of stuff, to be able to sit. And so this is perfect. Um, of course, that's what the Wheel of Fortune says. Everything that happens is for you. It's the tune of for you. Now the Queen of Swords is your balance in your head and your heart, and this is the path. You needed to do this. This was the start of the new path. And then what else comes in here? Yeah, the Page of Cups. Definitely has to do with the heart. Definitely has to do here with sharing your heart because there's this happy energy. Let's see what's below here too. Yeah, you got the Chariot. Again, moon energy with Cancer, the power of choice, and the Page of Swords. Wow, so you got the Page of Cups, the Page of Swords. There's something that your heart wants to do that your mind also agrees with here. And the choice that will be made here, I love that it's not 2 horses. Usually the chariot has 2 horses, one of the mind, one of the heart, and they wanna go different directions, and it's trying to lure them in, but the chariot this time is a balloon. Up, up, and away, baby, up, up, and away. The sky's the limit kind of energy, and but it's the balance between the head and the heart. There's something that comes in here that, it's not just doing what your mind says it should do, and it's not just following your heart and, going in that direction, but there's this coming together. You know what that is maybe? Okay. I like it, um, because it is this journey of the heart, and it is something that both it's like the marriage of 2 things that come together, and it could be that you're doing 2 different things, one of the heart and one of the head. And then eventually there's something that you can mold them together further down the path. So I feel like um I feel like there'll be clarity here. Let's see here when do you get paid again? Of April 11th to April 20th. It's past due. You have the 4 of Wands, joy, celebration that comes in here. Um so, there is this it is again this joyful thing of the heart. And I do feel here with April 11th to April 20th, it's like it it could happen very quickly because it feels like ripe. It's ripe for the picking in a way. It's like almost overripe. But there's something here that's so ready to unfold here that it could happen like that. Like, it'll happen in this month. How will you get paid? You have the 6 of cups. This feels like, maybe a returning client, and maybe this is why, because the 6 of cups is someone from the past coming back, like a client from the past coming back, um, or returning back to something that you were doing before for a while, but I feel like there is something and no, not with that person. We're not going near them anymore. You know who we're talking about. Not that company. I feel like it's something else. It's a different client that you go back to, um, or that reaches out to you, and you're like, "Wow, okay." So I do feel like that's how you get is that comes back that way, and it's funny, who you have the 9 of Pentacles, which is you being independent with spirit, but I do feel like here you are remote with this 9 of Pentacles because you are working from home, so it does feel like you're still remote and working, um, not in an office, not, in the middle of a company or anything like that. I do feel like you're, self-reliant, almost like you're a not a contractor. What do you call it when you're advising people? It's the fancy one though. The fancy word. Um, so you know what I mean. Not contributor, fractional executive. That can be a good word. That's not the one I was thinking of. That's even fancier than I was thinking of. Consultant is the word I was thinking of. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Chelsea. Chelsea, you sent it into my brain as you were typing it. So thank you. Yeah. So I feel like that is where I feel like that's where the money comes in. That's where we start going. And then it goes into that allows you to work on the thing that's of your heart, so you're doing the consulting, which is fun and you enjoy it and you thrive in it, and that's kind of like your funding to follow the thing that you want to do with your heart, like your podcasts and doing things like that you're going to build. You will build a business around that, right? You see that they're up to. It's always for you. It's not they're not trying to do anything to you, they're doing it for you, but it's your energy, right? But, they're just carrying out the orders of your higher self. Resistance is here, but just for a little bit, right? So I feel like there is this, okay, I will, and understanding why the resistance is there is helpful too, right? That could be why we wanna go down that road because there's things to let go of, right? This is so bad. Oh, no. No, 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 no. And it might not be the way you think it is either. It might be, something else that's coming, coming round the corner. Oh, no. So it doesn't feel like nefarious or, it feels like something you're joyful about. So I feel like it might be a different avenue coming in, maybe not the one you think is coming back, because it's definitely not that the, I'm just gonna say Facebook wife. It's not that one. It's something else. So, they're like, "No." Oh. 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 Well, that's alright. Oh. Well, that's quite alright. You also get to learn strong boundaries, right? You get to put him to practice. Oh, oh, yeah, I'm sure he does. Yeah. So that's what we have for number 2. For you do have strong boundaries, but you get to here you go, buddy. All right. So for number 3, we'll do 13121 here. So there is your timestamp there. And should you go to North Carolina or is it a test? All right. So number 3, what is the energy if you go to North Carolina and what's the energy if you don't? Because there's no shoulds, right? From spirit standpoint, there's just choices with opportunities, right? And different experiences and things that come with it. Yeah, in the middle, you have the Page of Wands, which it's up to you. It's either or. You've got you've got both choices there balancing above there. If you do go to North Carolina, yeah, you got the 3 of Swords, which is expectations equal disappointment. You got the 7 of Wands. You might feel that you need to defend yourself there. And we have the 2 of Cups here, which is a lot of mirroring. I don't feel like this is relationship energy as much as we're going to be looking ourselves in the eye. So, you look, let's see if you don't go to North Carolina, just so you can make a good awareness that's coming in here. Oh, yeah, right. If you don't go, you have the Knight of Cups, which is movement of emotion, the pursuit of you know, your heart, right? You have the 8 of Wands, a lot of messages from spirit, a lot of flow, and you do have the 2 of Pentacles, which is again a good balance that comes in for you there, and a balance of the outside world that comes in too. So, yeah, I feel like yeah, I get what you're saying with all that there too. You're going as a professional, but I do feel like someone wants more, right? And you might yeah, I kind of feel like you might find yourself fighting them off with a stick, right? But, there is that there are expectations that are, that are there, which you're not stupid. You have it. You read him well. Yeah, exactly. Underneath these, you have the Page of Swords and the 5 of Swords. Yeah. So, this combination, it does, you have this clarity that comes in. There is conflict, in North Carolina. Um, you could handle it. I feel like that's why they're saying, you don't have to, you could do either. There's no wrong choice, but obviously the energy there is Zoom calls. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Look at you solving problem solved. Yeah, yeah, and it's awfully sweet of you to consider his feelings. You're leading by example. So, that's for number 3. And then for your number 4, 13505 for that one. Yeah, that one's pretty cut and dry, isn't it? Yeah, you're like, "Nah, that's right." Yeah, and I love them. So, and then speaking of, so why is Jake still quiet? Let's take a look here. And is there someone else? Let's see what comes in with that. When will you see and hear from him? Let's take a look here. So, when will you see him based on current energies? Whoa, okay. And when will you hear from him based on current energies? Right. And then his thoughts about you. Oh, I know, right? with the how is this Scorpio moon impacting him, and do you go quiet? Yes. I don't need to see a card for that. Yeah, 'cause that was the energy, right, from your previous readings and conversations, right? It's, "I'm not gonna be a free support, you come to me, and I'm not gonna be the one chasing, you come to me." You know, is it a Jane Aimless? I swear, it's a beautiful mirror for you there, Chelsea, right? You're like, "Oh my god." Alright. So, you do have the bottom of the deck, you do have the Wheel of Fortune that's underneath that. So, of course, it is for you. It's always the tune of for us, right? It's happening on purpose for a purpose. There's a gift in this somewhere. That's I love how I heard that. I think it was Rewilding, is a YouTube channel. She's amazing, but I think one of the things that she mentioned in one of her podcasts or one of her updates on astrology was, Rewilding with Sabrina Lynn, I think is the name of her channel. She's amazing. If you guys have a chance to check her out. But, she said, "In everything there is a gift. We just sometimes don't see it, and so if we can take a big breath and step back, we can see a gift in it," which I know you can see all sorts of gifts in. It's giving you time, it's giving you the reflection, you know, your whatever's triggering and coming up within you is for you, kind of energy. So let's see here. Why is he still quiet? Yep, Ace of Swords. Big thinking. May maybe maybe he overheated from all the overthinking. He's trying to see things from a different perspective, trying to see things, um, and so definitely, I wanna see, do you go quiet? The 2 of Wands, yep, whatever you focus here. Yeah, it was yeah, right. Hot and passionate onto oh. Well, yeah, maybe he did. But the 2 of Wands is, the energy. If you get to choose what you do, of course, and, we'll pull 2 cards to say if you go quiet, if you don't go quiet. Yeah, when you saw him, right? Yeah. Absence makes the heart grow fonder and other stuff too. So is there someone else? Let's look at that real quick here. Got the 9 of Pentacles, hermit energy all alone. This is like the 9 of the hermit. Under the surface, the 9, 2 nines. He is all about his overthinking and nightmare and insomnia energy that's in here, right? So the 9 is all by myself, coming in there. So it is, it's an interesting, not an interesting energy. It's an alone hermity energy. So yeah, I don't see that there. When will you see him again based on current energy? Yeah, March 21st to June 20th. So anywhere between that range, we've got that in there. You got the Page of Pentacles, which is another opportunity. So you will see him between now and summertime starts, right? So we have that. When will you hear from him? The 9 of Cups. We have March 1st to March 10th. But, there is this, I hear another 9, right? I feel like this is all about once he has his alone time and he can reconnect with his emotions, right? So, I feel like here, this feels like instead of MAR, it's MAY, like May 1st to May 10th. So I feel like here in the next 10 days, you will hear from him again because today is the first, and it's all about his emotions. But I feel like it does have to do with you going quiet because I feel like when you're the one reaching out, reaching out, reaching out, reaching out, that, that's what pushes them further away. And the more that you are like, "You know what? I'm giving him the space that he's asked for," right? Yeah. Just, a journal. Yeah, do a journal. Something where you can name the journal Jake and you can write to him and share with that. But he needs his space and he needs to feel that space, right? You bought one. Yeah, perfect. Because if you're contacting, he doesn't feel broken up because he's getting your energy that you're putting forward in all the contacting when you reach out, when you do things. And so, it's like you've got to give him the silence, not the silent treatment, not out of anger, not out of spite, but going, "You know what? This is what we wanted to, right? We need to he wanted this, and so I'm gonna let him know what his choice is, because this is what he wants. I'm gonna honor that, and then he gets to see if that's really what he wants. Do you really want me to be silent? Do you really want separation?" And then he's like, "Oh, no, I don't wanna do that," you know? So, I like that. Um, thoughts about you. You got the Queen of Pentacles, okay, like you said, the mother nature, mother nurture, the sensuality, the fullness of life, you are an empress, you are a queen, um, you know? And the Eight of Pentacles too, this transformation. The Eight of Pentacles is he can see, you know, you're worth putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears to get the reward, but can I do the work? Can I make it through that without, failing, kind of energy that comes in there. Again, you're a queen. Maybe I'm just a knight. Maybe I'm just, a page, not even a knight. I'm a page that carries around the newspapers, or they're the ones that work for the knights and carry their weapons around. I'm not at your level, and they have that kind of energy that's there, right? But they do see you as that, like, wow, I don't deserve you. And you're like, he's right. Then how is the Scorpio moon impacting him? Yeah, we got the Six of Pentacles, energy coming in here. I feel like there's a lot of, because this is pointing me to that, you know, um, way out of balance, feeling I have to give, feeling I have to give so much to deserve so little. And, there's that energy of um, this moon, Scorpio moon energy is taking him deep into his subconscious inner child emotional energy, bubbling up a lot. So he's doing a lot of self reflection, which can also be like, that he's quiet. Um, So I feel like we answered now, they brought it out, do you go quiet? I feel like it is for your best. You can't make him miss you, because you can't control any of that, but you can give um, the space to be missed, because if you're always there, you can't, he can't miss you. So you're going to offer the space for him to allow him to miss you. is is the way I'm looking at it. All right. So that's what they have for you, Lauren. For those questions, let's pull your Beltane Oracle. Since your donation obviously was $5 or more, you get one of these. So let us see what your fortune cookie brings in here. All right. We've got inner power. Look at that. Boom. There you are, Lauren of Light. Let it be known, no will or desire is more powerful than I embodied. I like it. Let's see what this brings in here for you. It is the unleashing. Here I am. Magic is more than a wave of the hand or a chant of words. It's a state of being. Magic is what happens when you are so settled in your power that light radiates from your soul, O Lorn of light. You shine so bright that the universe sees itself reflected in you. I'm going to say that again. You shine so bright that the universe sees itself reflected in you. To be a great manifester, you must allow your magic to unfold within your spirit without limitation or hesitation. You've pulled this inner power card because there is a force within you that you've held back for too long. To access this power, you must learn to trust in your sacred gifts, which is what you're doing. Don't question the signs when they come. If something feels significant, that's because it is. And if something feels like a divine message, that's because the universe intentionally chose this pathway, knowing it would grab your attention. Each whisper you embrace brings you one step closer to unleashing the totality of your manifestation power. Additionally, you are in a cycle of manifestation when this card comes to a reading. Do not let this pass you by, for it is your power that drew this good fortune to you, right? The fortune card that you got a couple times. So I love that. Shazam! Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to send this to you. Right? I love it. I love it. I love it. Let me just jump in here. Do this. El camera. There you go. I like it. Baby, you can have anything you like. I love it. How perfect. All right. So that is your fortune cookie. And thank you again so much for all of your donations. I appreciate it. All right. So let me take a look here, Bay. I'm still donations get first priority. So donations will come first. And then we get to free readings after that. So you're going to be a little ways down the list here. But I'll kind of give you a rough idea here in a moment. Let me just catch up on everyone that came in here. We've got Brown Horse. Hey, and let's see. And Sheeta, good to see you. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list as well. All right. Thank you, Chelsea, for all your comments too. I love it. Yeah, that journal is a great idea, right? Let's see here. I think, Bay, you were further up here. Yeah, there you are. So you had a dream. Okay. Oh, yeah, I definitely understand why you want to know about that. So we'll get you on the list here. You're before Brown Horse and Sheeta, and I think, and I did get Stormborn. Hey, Storm, I got you on the list there. And was there anyone else before that? I just want to make sure. Oh, I think I got everyone else. I just want to make sure I don't skip anyone. Let me just scroll a little slower. I was flying through them here. Okay. Those are all Lauren. Okay, and there's Brown House. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good there. All right. So for donations, who I have left, we got Maria P for number 2 coming up. And then Chelsea, you'll be up after that. And then Stormborn, you'll be up after that. So those are my donations. Oh, and then I had another donation come in. Hold on. And another one from Maria P. So, and then Maria for number 3 after Stormborn. Um, will come in there, and then if any other donations come in, they get priority. So if you do wanna be moved to the front of the list, you can make a donation either by Super Chat or, in the description area, my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay, so if you wanna donate any of those, you can be moved up into the donations, which get priority. We dive deeper into those too. Other than that, for free readings, I've got Swaroop, Minihil, Butterfly Content, Lotus of Serendipity. We got Blueberry, Capmia, Livier, Plate of Spaghetti, a Star Seed, then Essence of Ethereal Serenity, Jojo, Maria P, and then Bay. You're up after that, and then Brown Horse up after that. So the list is a little long. Now, I do at the end of each session post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you need to go and come back later, you don't have to be present for your reading. You can come back and after the session is ended, or even later if I'm still on, and I'll let you know if I've completed it or not, and give you the timestamp. But other than that, you can check the pinned comment after the session ends, and then you can go right to your reading. So if you want to hang out and listen to other readings, I know I glean a lot from them myself. That's why I'm so awesome, you know? Just kidding. How can you not be after hearing all these messages for hours and hours and hours, right? I'd have to be kind of crazy. Well, okay, that may be not true because I might already still be crazy. All right. So let's dive back in. We got Maria P for your second one, 152.44. So Maria, here is those two timestamp. Let's see here. And that's going to be this one here. All right. Let me take a quick sip here. Oh, my shoulders sore from starting to work out again. Oh, it's not, you get older, you don't recover like you used to. All right. So, Maria, thank you for your additional donation here via the PayPal. So, Dr. Laura's thoughts on you, and then Dr. Bob. Next week, what's coming towards you in work? Are you getting something else at work besides sense hire and contract? Oh, I get it. So this is your contract and your raise. So that makes sense when you got the Page of Pentacles on the other is that I feel like there's gonna be something else coming, but we'll take a look here. So, are you getting something else at work besides the pennies? Thank you. Your relationship with Wally, will it continue? Is he getting bored or tired of you? A message from Wally. All right. So, Dr. Laura's thoughts on you. We do have the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So, that is a slow, it's like they've seen you're growing and they feel like you've grown. Um, and I just feel like they're in that kind of slow roll there. Because I feel out of all of them, she has the most high expectations because she has the most expectations on herself. So she kinda looks at everything with these high expectations. That's like, um, her idea of meets expectations is what other people would consider, like, exceeds expectations. It's like, what a high bar they have, right? Doctor Bob, the Queen of Swords, yeah, such a compatible energy balance between head and heart. They've got such a good they're just a really, down to earth person. They kinda see everyone as like, "Wow, you're" they focus on people's, um, the qualities that they see as beneficial. They don't really nitpick a lot. I feel like that's Dr. Laura's job. He leaves that to her. Next week, what's coming towards you at work? You have the 7 of Wands. This is shining bright, standing tall, standing out. So I feel like, there is something where it's there's something I feel like there's and like you said, if you're gonna check out that Six of Pentacles, um, the, Abundance, Where It Be podcast, I feel they really help because the Seven of Wands, you've been getting a lot of this at work. There's all this stuff that's building up outside of the gate, but the gate, your inner child's not opening the gate, allowing all this abundance to come in because I feel like there's so much that's building up out there, and that's the Seven of Wands. It just feels like you're shining bright, but it's not getting to because of this inner child belief that you have to do so much to deserve so little. Are you getting something at work besides that contract there? Yeah, here's the 10 of Swords, which is expectations, right? What happens when we feel like I expect more, I should have more, I'm supposed to have more, and I'm not focused on gratitude for what I do have, pushes things further away. So there is definitely opportunities for more, um, but this expectations is that change of mindset to go, you know and I think I've told that story before when I used to work so hard because I felt like I needed to do all this because I wanted, and expected promotions and raises and bonuses, and I'd get meets expectations by doing what I thought was like 4 times the amount of work of other people. When I went, "Fine, I'm not gonna worry about all that and pursue all that, whatever. I'm just gonna come in and do my job, enjoy what I'm doing, and do other things outside of work that fulfill me instead of trying to make that fulfill me." When I backed off and just did a fourth of the stuff effort I was doing, got promotions, got raises, got bonuses. And that's what taught me that the more I focus in on lack, the more I focus in on want and need, I push things away. When I focus on gratitude for what is and what I have had, that helps open up things. But it also I needed to balance my inner child who did feel I was an overgiver. I had to do so much to deserve so little, and once I resolved that, then the gates open up and things just flood in. So, I like that. Your relationship with Wally, you got the Chariot card. It is victory, it is movement energy. So I like that. There's gonna be some, forward movement. The Chariot card is it all depends on what energy you're putting in. That's your choice of story, emotion, energy, and action. That's your portion. You can't control what they do, but you can control what you input in. What energy are you putting in with your thoughts and stories and your emotions and your energy and your actions? Will it continue? The 10 of Pentacles, a relationship card full of abundance. That is a yes. Is he getting bored or tired of you? No. 8 of Pentacles, transformation. You know, this is about growth, and you put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, you get the reward. So, you know, tired, he's not bored of you. Tired, he's not tired of you. I think he's just tired in general, not with you, just tired in in everything in his life, right? So I feel like um he's kind of in a transformational kind of place, but I don't feel that. The message to you is the Ace of Swords, which would be it's like that's the ending of the 10 of Swords. This is the see things from a higher perspective, from a place of gratitude, from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace, and let the expectations go. That would be his message to you. Let's focus on what we love, not what we feel is missing, because then that grows, right? So I like that. Your fortune cookie for this one. Nope, none of those. This one. All right. And wow, big one. I'll read it here. I'll show it to you first here in case you want to screenshot it. It says, "My capacity to tune into the energy of love gives me the words I need when I'm ready to speak up, the compassion I need when it's time to forgive, and the power I need when I feel lost or I am lost." So I love that. Right, so that's what they have for number 2 for you. We'll circle back around for number 3 here in a moment. All right. So we take another quick sip here, and then we got Chelsea, Stormborn, and then Maria P left on the donation. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Yum, yum, yum. All right. So Chelsea, you're up 20118. Thank you so much for your donation. I definitely appreciate that via the Cash app. So looks like you got a couple questions here, like a wild question. We love wild, weird, bizarre questions. So never feel like you can't ask them. So you've never asked and figured, why not? So what do we see in terms of a future partner or hubby, kids, and any characteristics of hubby, any timeline? It's insane to ask. No, it's human to ask. We always want to go, give me a little peek. What can I see? And of course, if you haven't checked out my podcast about um, faded love, it's kind of like every time I say that, I hear the song "Tainted Love" back from the '80s, right? Dun dun tainted, but it's faded love. Yeah, but it tells us the path, right? And so in that podcast, it talks about, sometimes we do choose and we have a fated partner with no matter what choices we make, we end up with this person that we've agreed in this lifetime to be in a relationship with. It's just a matter of the soonest we meet them or the latest we meet them and how long we're together, in it. Other times we could be going this direction and end up with this person. If we go these directions, we end up with this person. We go this direction, we end up with this person. And then we can have stepping stones along the way that we grow through until we get to them. And sometimes it's and that's where it's a world of possibilities. So if you want to find out more clarity on all that, check out that free podcast. But that's the first thing we'll look at here to find out, is it a fated person? Like you're gonna, no matter what, you're gonna end up with one person, or is it possibilities? I'll know by the cards that come out on which one it is, and then we'll also dive into those other things. So let's find out first. Do you have a fated love? Which just means a prearranged, between you and them. It's not forced upon you. It's an agreement you made with someone specifically. Or is it possibilities? All right. So we'll start off there. Yeah, we got the 3 of swords, which is expectations equal disappointment energy. And this basically tells me that there's a possibility of 3 different people, kind of how I did it. If you go this way, you end up with this one. You go this way, you end up with this one. You go this way, you end up with this one. So you don't have like an absolute, it depends on the trajectory that you're on. And when we're looking at, is it bachelor number 1, bachelor number 2, or bachelor number 3? I feel like you're not like skating on the line between, "Oh, you could end up with this one or with this one." I feel like you're enough in this direction where the information we're gonna get is on this one over here, that you would have to have, like, big significant changes, which they say you did. I feel like you were in line to end up with number 2, but because of this kind of you're gonna end up with poo poo caca. We don't wanna end up with the pissy one, but you're going number 1. You've switched to where you're significantly in this, that you would have to have like a relapse of old lower vibrational thinking to go this direction and end up with that one. So I feel like you're pretty set right now continuing on the path that you were on, and the more you raise your vibration, the more you just it more securely puts you in there, right? Oh, that it could be that way too. Number 1 made you go, number 2? Yeah, either way, it's neither here nor there. the number, but you did move from one to the other, right? All right. So, so we have that. Yeah. But I feel like you're oh, are you talking about this isn't people you've met yet at all. These are people that you would have met, number 1, or you like I said, you would have met number 2 if you'd kept that direction. But if you had met people that you've already been through a relationship in this lifetime and you're not with them anymore, that's a stepping stone. That's not, "Oh, I was supposed to be with this one, but now I've moved." This is on the path that you've had so far. Anyone you had have been stepping stones that have been teaching you about yourself so that you can let those things go that you don't serve you anymore, these beautiful mirrors. So, um, we have that here, right? So, that is what we have kind of with the who, like, is it faded or not? Hey, Stormborn, not yet. You'll be up next after Chelsea. So, um, let's look at kids first, and then we'll look at characteristics and kind of who this person is. We'll look at timeline as well. So, kids, are there kids in there for you? There is the Knight of Cups. So you have the Knight of Cups, so there is passion, um, that happens, but I do feel like you do have 2 children. One is gonna be a water sign, and one is gonna be an air sign. So, you definitely have feels like there are 2 children that come in based on current energies. So that's nice. You get someone who's maybe that's a son and a daughter, or you could have a very, mentally minded daughter and a very emotionally, son. You never know, but there's that kind of energy that comes in with that there. So, I like that. So, let's see the characteristics of your hubby here. What can we know about this individual? Got that, not those. Do want that there. Okay. And then we'll look at timeline based on current energies because it's always ranges. I talk about that in that podcast too. The soonest we can meet someone, the latest. The more we raise our love vibration, the sooner we could meet them, as long as they are also raising their love vibration, because you guys are going to meet at a higher vibrational level. You're not going to do what you've always done and then end up with who you always got. I feel like I want to bring in these other Wendex here too. We got that. Let me see. Just put these over here, and the other one's over here somewhere behind this. There it is. All right. So, who is this masked marauder? Yeah, the world card. So definitely victory card, an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, something that feels like full of possibilities and not restrictive energy. I don't feel like they are. It's almost like Sagittarius energy. I want to see the world. I love travel. I feel like I'm excited about things. I'm not so serious about everything. I don't like, having things over planned. Planning is good, but let's not over plan. Like, if we're going to go on vacation, babe, let's not have something to do every single moment. Let's have like the first half of the day is beach time or pool time and relax time. And then we'll do things in the afternoon and have a good lunch. And then we'll, have some nights will be evenings. Other nights are just you and me alone. It's like, all right, I like that. You also have the Page of Pentacles. Yeah, and someone who has a good sense of their worth. They're not so much defining themselves by the outside world, or good confidence, energy and who they are. So they're not looking to define themselves by relationships with people. situations like jobs and education or things, money and that. But they do have, um, I feel like they do have, secure, security and all that. But, this is this freedom of how I don't define myself by those things. So I like that. Got the star card. Yeah, and it's like a dream come true. Energy coming in here. Um, so I feel like they meet a lot of the expectations or what you feel a dream your mind would feel is a dream come true. And then the judgment card here too. It's like they found their calling in life. I feel like when you meet them, they've gone through like their first attempt at doing what they think they were supposed to do, and now they're living their dream, and I like that because when they've balanced that out, they've balanced out those scales that they also are able to support you in that and not thinking that you should be doing this and this. They're like, "What does your heart want?" And I like that they bring that for you, and I feel like you bring that to them too, not all about the mind. It's what does your heart want? Yeah, because underneath both of those cards, you got the Queen of Cups. Very intuitive, very empathic. I feel they're, a wonderful emotional IQ, right? Emotional intelligence. They, I do feel very Sagittarius energy. They might have a lot of Sagittarius in their chart, but I feel like they're so adventure life is an adventure, not a restriction, and I feel like they learn to get out of their head into their heart, so they've got a good balanced energy that comes in with all that. So I like them. Find out if they have a brother. I'm just kidding. But I'm punks. It has to be a gay brother though. The other one's just gonna tease. Don't do that to me. All right. Let's see here. Timeline. What do we got here? Yeah, someone you haven't met yet, but with the energy, you can meet them within 2 weeks or all the way up until winter of this year. What do you have here? You've got June 1st to June 10th, coming in here with the 9 of swords. I know it's the nightmare and insomnia card, but I feel like yeah, so it could be anywhere from like I said, 2 weeks from now, all the way up till winter. So I do feel like they're saying it's this year that you can meet them. The 9 of swords, and normally that's our own thoughts and we're ready to let go of expectations. I do feel that, um, this is about letting go of some of the things on our list of supposed to be, should be, need to be, like, who are they supposed to be? Who should they be? How are we supposed to meet? Blah, blah, blah. I feel like the more you let go of that, then the sooner you do meet them, which is generally how it works. Because when our viewpoint, growing up, we're given all this, this is who they're supposed to be, what who they're supposed to be in the relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start, how it's supposed to progress, what it's supposed to bring to me, who am I supposed to bring, you know, um, be in the relationship, what is it supposed to bring me, blah blah, and then we're like this person's on back order for 1,000 years. But if we let go of expectations and oh, there they are, they're able to come in sooner because it takes us a long time to move this giant aircraft carrier of who we are to oh, there they are. But if we can remove expectations faster, then our life can, you know, move to that. So that's why you have a range here. And the more you let go of the mindsets that don't serve you anymore, the faster you can meet them too. So I like that for you. So it's a little tidbit. Of course, it's all about a scavenger hunt as we learn and discover new things about them. So we can always ask for more details and get more. It's exciting the discovery instead of like getting a background check on them and reading up on everything. It's nice to get little tidbits so that we can, um, absorb all that in there, right? So you should be curious. So one time in your friend's reading, you came up as two different energies for her because you were in two different places in your life then. Is that life true? I mean, sorry, is that true or a crock? So when they were saying like there was two different people that they were picking up on, like two different energies of people, that could have been number one and number two. Like you could have been, oh, from the reading happen in the future. Yeah, that makes sense because kind of like I was saying, right? Like if you were in a trajectory to hit number 2, but she could have also been picking up that there's a possibility you could alter course and end up with number 1. So if she was picking up like two different energies, that makes sense. Yeah. And we do. We evolve enough, our energy changes enough cuz growing up as humans, we kind of start off lower vibrational because we're so much fear, so much punishment, and fear of losing our praise. We're so controlled as children that we're afraid, usually in society these days, that we're so, but the possibilities of who we can be, that's that whole map, right? So, she was picking up, there's two, if you stay in these energies, you'll end up with this person. If you alter enough and you remove enough fear, enough lower vibrational things that were holding you back, you altered course, which is what I feel you did. So I like that. That makes sense. That that does track, as they say. Right. So that's for your first part. For the second question you have, oh, let's give you another timestamp for that. 217:42. You want to know, is Jay interested in anyone else other than you romantically? And are there any external conflicts you see that could interfere with a reconciliation other than our healing personal fears of love? And that you have a faded relationship with someone else. Oops. Cheers, cheers. Yeah, based on this energy, unless an alien comes in and overcomes his body. But let's see what's unfolding here, what we can find out here. Is Jay interested in anyone else other than you romantically? Are there any external conflicts that could interfere with a reconciliation? It's good to know this anyway, just because it can help. If it is important to let it go, it can bring that in here. Other than healing personal fears of love. All right, let's see what we got here. So, are they interested in anyone else romantically? You got the Wheel of Fortune, the major arcana number 10 here, right? Which this is, it reminds me of the Tower in a way, because the Wheel of Fortune says whatever unfolds in our life is for us. It's always the tune of for us, the for tune. And you can trust that this, separation happened on purpose because it allows you to meet someone who's more in alignment with your energy, where you don't feel like you have to lower your energy to be with them or try to get them to raise their energy to be with you, and that they deserve to be with someone that matches their energy without feeling that, without trying to change you to match their energy or thinking they have to change to match yours. It's something, a relationship for both of you that just matches. It's interesting, the bottom of the deck, we do have the 8 of Pentacles, which for me is like, sometimes when we meet someone, we're a caterpillar and they're a caterpillar, right? And so we do caterpillar things. We like eating leaves. We like crawling along the forest floor. We like hiding from the birds, whatever caterpillars do. You were doing caterpillar stuff. And then you're like, "Hey, you know what? Let's go. What do you think about going into these cocoons, transform into these butterflies, and then we can go places we've never gone before, faster than we've ever gone before, and explore." And you know, and so what do you think? And like, yeah, 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 yeah. So you go into your cocoon and you're transforming, you're letting pieces of yourself go and becoming caterpillar juice to form a butterfly, and you bust out of your cocoon, excited to see your other butterfly, you know, partner, and then you're gonna go do butterfly things, and you see that there's still a big fat they've got a big fat caterpillar because 'cause they've been eating leaves this whole time as a caterpillar. They were like, "Well, the cocoon seemed like a lot of work. I wanted to stay a caterpillar." And you're like, "Well, I can't unbutterfly myself, and I crave nectar, and I have this desire to flutter and fly and go, and I can't carry you. You're way too big for me to carry as a butterfly, and I'm don't wanna stay here." And then so sometimes we change where we we're not the same anymore, and our energy doesn't match their energy. We don't crave the same things. They can't go where we wanna go, and that's okay, you know? And this wheel of fortune is it's alright, we can leave this behind and go there. I don't feel like they are romantically interested in anyone yet, but I feel like they are gonna find a like a caterpillar that they're like, "Wow," and you're gonna be like, "Oh, look, a butterfly," and so you guys will be looking in different directions with this 8 of Pentacles because 'cause you're realizing, "Yeah, we've changed and, um, we deserve to be with, same species at the same evolutionary level," or whatever, if that makes sense. So, I feel like that's kinda where we're at. External conflicts that could interfere with reconciliation. You got the 9 of Pentacles, which is your this feeling of independence. Feel like you've learned this self-sufficiency. This is you wanting to be alone with spirit, but the 9 of Pentacles is like the Hermit card. Um, you got the Queen of Swords, the 6 of Pentacles. This kind of is telling me here, you know, this wanting someone that is a match for us. This is the perfect balance between head and heart, someone that fits like a glove. And the 6 of Pentacles is that the equal giving and receiving back and forth. I feel like that is what's interfering is that you both deserve to have what you feel, with that, for yourself. And you got the Devil card. There's a lot of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and expectations. It just feels here though, again, I'm kind of seeing there's like a whole set of expectations for a caterpillar different from a butterfly. And the Devil card is this freeing from the cage of what we think we were supposed to be and realizing I'm free now to be who I want to be and not what I feel like I'm supposed to be. Again, there's that release of all those expectations. So I feel like, again, this is for you and that you will here under the bottom of the deck. Yeah, you're going to be so much happier, Page of Cups, with the star, that dream come true of that other person. Not, and it's not that, you both wanted to be in each other's life for as how long you were, but that's, a stepping stone that mirrors for each other to learn and grow from one another. So I like that. And it brings some freedom energy, right? It brings some of that comes in. So what your fortune cookie is, you do get a Beltane Oracle. Thank you, because your donation was $5 or more. So you get one of these. Yeah. Whoa. So a little bit of a heavy flow month with sacrifice. But it says you must find the ebb and flow of life within your very self. Embracing it all is embracing truth. Ooh, let's see what this brings in here for you. Change is the overall energy. Oh, right. Yeah, what a picture on that card, right? She's like bleeding from her hands and from her other orifice. Says sacrifice invites you to let go of something that is preventing your growth. You do not wish to move on, but deep down, you know that this is a necessary step on your path towards greater fulfillment. What? This can mean moving to a new home, embracing a new career, or a way of thinking, or even rite of passage such as a graduation. You know that you are on your way to more, but the moment is still bittersweet. So, pulling the sacrifice card shows that you have some doubts about your next steps. You wonder if you have made the right choices or if you will later regret your actions. Yes, there will be challenges ahead or perhaps more sacrifices to come, but you must be willing to sacrifice something small to reap the rewards of something greater. It's time to commit to your choices and move on in the knowledge that there is much more for you to explore. Just like a butterfly, that's the exact wording I use, right? I think that's it. Yeah. So it is that. And you said you just met them not too long ago? We only met recently, maybe in this lifetime, maybe you had past lifetimes, but um yeah, I do feel like they were, but were they were they let me see how to say this. Cuz like for me, I my relationships were kind of the same person in 5 different people's bodies. So were were they a repeat of some other stepping stones that you had as well? Did you have a matching set of stepping stones? I know how that is, because that could come in that way too, where this is the final, like, "Okay, I get it this time. Okay, I don't need to be with this one for a long time," like some of the others maybe. It's like, "No, I've learned. I see it now," you know? I keep inviting the same person. Oh, he was so different from previous. Huh, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know why they had all this here, but definitely reflect on what you've learned from each individual one. Because I know for me, even though like number 1, number 2, number 3 wait, number 1, number 2 cheated, number 3 disrespected me in a different way. Number 4, I felt like they cheated even though we were not in a committed relationship, and, number 5 didn't, but I felt disrespected in a different way. So there was a disrespect. I felt disrespected by all of them through them all, even though it showed up in a different way with some of them. Rigid expectations before, right? I like it. So beautiful growth for you there. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Oh, I'm not. Set me free. They were definitely mirrors showing me what I wanted to see about myself. I see them all as my honored teachers that were the perfect mirrors because I needed to see everything they showed me. So, alrighty. So, thank you again for your donation. Hopefully, this helps. And see, I don't think we had any others here. We do have Guerrera. Hello, Guerrera. Good to see you. Happy Friday to you. Hope you're doing well. Happy full moon in Z Scorpio. And thank you for your donation. I'll get you on the donation list. Where we're at, we have Stormborn up next, and then Maria P for number 3, and then you'll be up after that. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, very good. I'm so glad. Thank you for sharing that, Guerrera. All right, let me take a quick sip here and we'll dive back in. So, cheers, cheers, everybody. Again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the thumbs up, too. Helps spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami, helping getting my channel out in front of other people. That little like, hitting the thumbs up, helps the algorithm get my videos, my podcast, and these live streams out in front of other people so they can hear from spirit, too. So, cheers, cheers. Thank you, guys. All right, let's turn that down a little bit. That's getting really hot. All right. So Stormborn, you're up to 3051. Is your timestamp. And let's get up here. And I think, yeah, here it is. Give that a love and a like up there. All right. So, you want to know, why are you in a very lonely stage in your life? Does it mean it's your fate to stay alone and focus on the kids? Okay, let's take a look here. See what awareness spirit can bring you around this stage of your life, and what we can find out. So, why are you in this stage of your life here? Look at this here. And I feel like it'll come out in here if children are part of this, but we'll see what we got here. Get those. Ooh, and that one too. All right. All right. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the star card coming in here. And you just don't get it. Oh, get out of it. Oh, yeah. So, the star card, you can see this as, this is your human self, and this is your higher self up here. And of course, you're alone here, and you're getting to know the true you. Underneath that, you also have this, Four of Swords, which is you're resting, you're learning more about who you really are, letting go of the expectations. Those Three of Swords, which is, it's kind of this alone time is needed so that you can gain a lot of clarity on the true story of who you are, not the stories of opinion and fear from humans that we were given growing up. That this alone time is needed for clarity, so that you don't keep doing what you've always did and end up with what you always got, right? So there is this transformational energy that comes in with that, and balancing energy, excuse me, too, um, because the star card does represent like the balancing of the chakras. So alignment of life. And it's hard to do. It's almost like if we're an alcoholic trying to learn to release ourselves from what has made us turn to alcohol and be addicted to it and not have balance with it. It's hard to do when we're drinking and when we're around alcohol all the time, right? So it's like I need the alone time away to recalibrate myself and to strengthen my boundaries, strengthen my self-worth and my self-love, and then I can go out and be strong and won't have to worry about, falling into the old ways and end up with the way I always got it. So it's an important pocket of time for your own transformation, because you don't want to get what you always got before. Here, I'll give you a no card. I'll give you a no. No. The little no button. No, we do not, right? So let's take a look. You got like three sets of cards. Let's see what the first three are here. Tell us more about why. Why? Yeah, the Page of Swords. It's like I said, this is about new information. It's a time for clarity, as we were saying. So I was kind of channeling before I saw the cards. You got the High Priestess. Yeah, this is your time alone. The High Priestess steps away from everything, goes into her High Priestess temple, connects with her higher self, the spirit world, looks behind the veil, looks at what is going on behind the scenes, dives into her own emotions, brings things up, reveals things, gets a lot of ahas and clarity. That's where a lot of the growth happens. And the Eight of Cups, it's giving you time to let go of emotions that no longer serve you and relationships that no longer serve you too, whether that's, of course, exes, but friends, family, anyone else, that, has done this as well. So, um, I like that. Um, Awareness around there. The underlying energy of one card under there, yeah, the Justice card. Again, the balance. Here's that Ace of Swords to clear away some long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that, we don't service anymore. Seeing things from a higher perspective, we're, piling on up there, and we're taking stuff off of these low vibrational thoughts and beliefs about ourselves and the stories, and setting ourselves free to where we can have this balanced experience instead of, one of those, right? Yeah. I love it here. Well, you're heading out to be social. Oh, well, enjoy, Chelsea. So good to see you. Thank you for stopping by and for your donations. But it's for you, I know it's kind of like, oh God, but um we'll be happy. It's worth the wait. It's worth the effort, the freedom that comes on the other side because like you said, when we if you look at how often each day do I feel joy, um, then it's like, well, if I can't be happy alone, I can't be happy in the outside world. And if we're taught growing up that, oh, the things in the outside world are what make us happy, but they don't, not for very long, if at all, because our happiness we find inward and upward, and that's what they're trying to have us like we're drawn to, right? And if you don't feel joy now, you're not going to feel joy going to the outside world. So the way, like you said, the way out of this is through it. You can't go around it. You can't avoid it. It's going through it. And the way that we are able to move through it more easily is inward and upward. The more we can turn inward and upward, we can do that. My podcast, The Easier Path, has a lot of tools and a lot of experiences on how we can transform things. So if you want a free reference, you can check that out. The playlist is down in the description area of the video. Um, but that can help give us different perspectives because it's all about us changing our story. Because we're given all these stories growing up that all this stuff means this about me, and then we're in this hell of a experience, low vibration, rooted in fear. And the more we realize that's what this justice card is, the more we realize the stuff on one side of the scale is lies, it's opinions of these humans rooted in fear, and we get to see things from a higher perspective and go, then that's when we do feel more joy, more gratitude, more unconditional love and laughter. Play enters our life again instead of restriction and smallness and feeling trapped and feeling low. There is a way out. So you're not the first to go through it. Trust me. We all go through it. Different ins and outs and times in our life. It's definitely part of the human experience, and you're definitely not alone in that. So, hang in there. So, and then number 2 here, you've got the World card. Yeah, so you do have this ending of significant cycles, this beginning of new adventures. You do have the Moon card too along with it, which is a lot of hidden emotions below the surface that bubble up. So a lot of healing of old emotions from your earlier life, like 7 years old and younger. That's when our emotional bodies created that are stuffed down below. Those things when you were angry and mad and were throwing a tantrum and threatened, your life was threatened if you didn't stop doing it, or if you were crying and feeling sad and they were like, "We don't like sad children. You better stop crying or I'll give you something to cry about." Happy child, they like, laughing happy child, but these other 2 were pushed down because we were told, "Don't do that." And we're like, "What do I do with this emotion? I don't know where to put it." So we put it down here, and it just stays charged, and it stays down there. So, part of this is ending the old cycle of stuffing feelings, and we're gonna allow ourselves to feel, and we're gonna allow ourselves to flow. That's one way that we get out because those emotions want to be felt, and they're echoes of emotions that you originally felt when you were a child. They just been echoing out in new experiences, and they will keep showing up until it happens. Yeah, I got 3 major arcana because below the deck on that one You've got the Hanged Man, which is transformation. It's cocooning. You are in this kind of it's an ugly feeling, I'm sure, for a caterpillar when they're in the cocoon and they're becoming caterpillar soup. They're just dissolving into this soup so that they'll let old pieces of themselves go that aren't gonna make it into the butterfly they're becoming, and they don't take the cocoon with them, they leave that behind as they come out this butterfly and, and flutter, right? So there is purpose to this experience, but it is an ugly feeling, you know, when we're losing parts of ourself and it's desiring to be removed from us. And we're like, no, you've been with me all along. I don't want to let you go. But then it's like, this is harmful to me. It's not for me anymore. It served its purpose, but there's things to be let go of. And this is what the process is here. How does God see you? God loves us. The Creator loves us eternally and unconditionally. They see us as perfect mountains. We're just here exploring who we are. We have many lifetimes, many different expressions, and many different universes and dimensions and frequencies and all this. This human life is one drop in a sea of experiences we have as our soul. And the creator sees us as perfect because we are a part of them and they don't have all these expectations that humans have. This is a low vibrational experience and they don't see good choices, bad choices, right, wrong, better, worse. They see things as just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. It's like we're children playing a video game and these are our avatars and it's like when you see your children playing video games and they're playing a war game and they're killing things, it's not real. So it's not you're not like, "Oh my god, quit killing those make believe characters." You're like, "No." You're like, "Just don't do this in real life," you know? That's kind of Creator sees us. We're souls playing these games, experiencing things, exploring, and they see us more as like a grandparent taking a grandchild to a playground to go play. And, there's no right or wrong way to go play in the playground, you're going to learn. You're going to learn things the easy way and learn things the hard way. Do not do a backflip off of the swings at a high until you've learned to do it at a low altitude, right? So that's kind of how the creator sees us. Um, and then your last one here, you've got the Ace of Wands. Yeah. So something that could help is the Ace of Wands is whatever we focus on the most is what grows and expands. So with the Ace of Wands, you got two other cards I'll look at here in a sec too that come with this. But if I focus in on what I'm grateful for that's in my life right now, and I'm grateful for what am I grateful for that I have had in my past, then more of that matches and that grows. I attract that. If I'm focusing in on like, if I'm like, "Oh god, I feel so lonely," and then our we attract more loneliness. If I focus in on, how distraught I am, how much hate I have, or fear, or lack, or need, or want, all that, I attract more of that. So one of the things we can do in our journey, besides question our thoughts and beliefs so that we can, release those that don't serve us anymore, these stories that don't serve us, these stories that are poison for us, is what am I focusing in on? The more I focus in on gratitude and joy and laughter and peace and unconditional love, the more I expand that. We're very powerful. We're not in a bus being driven around by people, by the creator going, you just have to go where we're going. Too bad. We're the drivers of the party bus. Creator's our co-pilot going, "Where do you wanna go? What do you wanna do?" And all of our spiritual posse are all the little puppies in the back seat just happy we're going for a ride. They don't care where we're going, they're just like, "Well, as long as we're going with you, woo-hoo," right? But we're the ones that get to decide if we're gonna go on a rocky road or we're gonna go on a smooth road or, we get to decide, and our energy is what decides the road we're on. So when we're really aware of what's my mental energy focused on? What am I telling myself? What are the stories I'm telling everyone else? Am I, you know, thinking all the time about how horrible my life is and my telling everyone how horrible my life is, then I'm gonna invite a more horrible life because that's my energy is telling the universe, I like this. I want more of that." Uh, or am I focusing in on and telling people what I'm grateful for, what I love in my life? Then that comes in. The energy shifts and changes like that. It's like one of the things that like I learned through stories. So spirits like, if you go into a donut shop and you point out everything, all the donuts you hate, you get a dozen donuts that you hate. If you point out everything in life that you love, you get a dozen donuts that you love. So we get to choose by what we're pointing our energy at. So I love that. We do have the Six of Pentacles energy here and the Page of Pentacles energy here, which these two together, I see why they wanted to keep them kind of together in their own little way, is looking at your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. The Six of Pentacles is one of those things of our inner emotional child we were talking about, 7 years old and younger. We learn this rate of exchange, like, I have to give so much and I deserve so little because of someone that was important to us or someones that were important to us that we felt we gave so much and got so little back, and our little inner child goes, "That seems fair. I give 1,000 love coins to get one back," and that sinks into our subconscious, and we run on that until we bring it to the conscious level and transform that from 1,000 to 1 down to 100 to 1 down to 10 to 1 down to 1 to 1, and then things flow in to our lives. I talk about this more in my podcast series, The Easier Path. Here's a link to that. That's here. Abundance, where it be. So it talks about energy and our that rate of exchange from our inner child and tools and things we can do to transform those too. Yeah. That's up to you based on all this here, right? The more sadsy faces we do, the more sadsies we get, right? The more we focus in on our gratitude that draws it in. So with all of this energy here, we've got temperance, which things are slowly changing here. And that's them saying, you are moving, in that direction. The things you can do are all the things we just talked about that can um, that can help it speed things up because the higher we move in vibration of our love and our self-worth, the faster things transform in the outside world, right? Basically, give your parents yeah, but it's the forgiveness, it's the letting go of things. But if you check out that podcast, we dive more into some tools you can do to help release that because all that stuff is what weighs us down and slows our progression out of that, and we can move into the higher, happier joy and higher vibration there too. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. Stormborn. But a lot of that's what a lot of the podcast, my podcast, The Easier Path is about. There's a lot of great, we talk about experiences, my own drama and trauma of my life, other people that had volunteered it to talk about too. Um, but we get perspectives on why the human does what it does, and then spirit's perspective, and then tools to help us transform them as well. So, but yeah, it's not give your parents back what they gave. It's more releasing the wrath. It's kind of like forgiveness is pouring out the wrath because it's like us choosing to no longer be a vessel of pain because of other people's actions or non-actions, words or silence. And this is childhood, not your most recent, which that eventually is part of it is I don't need to carry this. This is hurting me and not hurting anyone else. So I'm gonna pour that out for my sake. But let's see what your oracle is here too, because your donation was right at $5. I'm not gonna worry about a penny. We're gonna give you one of these. Beltane. Oh, wow, I like this. I like this love spell. Number 21. Let the honey of your soul swell in the depths of love. Let's see what this is about here. Maybe self love. This is about intention. Says all spells should be approached with clarity and an understanding of the outcome that you're seeking. Love spell guide this card guides you to find a deeper understanding of your ethos and your guiding beliefs. What do you truly want out of life? What do you need to feel whole and fulfilled? What causes your heart to swell in the depths of love? Knowing what you need is the first step towards embracing it. The universe is ready and willing to fulfill your dreams, but before it can do so, it needs to know without a doubt what those dreams are. Pulling this love spell means you're ready to establish your system of beliefs, right? This is the stories. I'm ready to get rid of the old stories and really find out what is it that I really want, not what I've been told I'm supposed to want, but what I really want. So, love spell means you're ready to establish those systems of beliefs and the sacred principles that will define all of your choices moving forward. If you're asking about love, then this card guides you to be clear about the type of love you're seeking. If your question's about success, this card urges you to seek clarity about what success means to you. Whatever your question is at this time, pulling this card is an invitation to gain a better understanding of yourself and your intentions. That's what that Ace of Wands is. What is it that I really want? Do I want more of this or that? But no, I want this. I want higher love, right? I want eternal, unconditional self love, self worth, or whatever you feel is what you're hungry for right now. And the more you focus in on that intentions of gratitude, that's what draws things towards you. But I highly encourage you to, even though that abundance, it starts off kind of, abundance can be money, can be opportunities, but it can be love and anything in our lives. It's how do I draw towards me what it is I really want? So, um, hopefully that'll help a little bit. I know what you're going through right now is not fun. It's that, like I said, it's that caterpillar shedding their skin, and you feel like there's stuff that I want to let go and get away from me, but then as also I'm being drawn into wanting something bigger in my life, and that's you're right in the in between. And but that temperance card shows that it is moving, things are moving in that direction. If you want to speed it up, that's the stuff you can do is, the stuff we talked about. So thank you again for your donation. Hang in there, my dear. You will get through this. I guarantee it. You've got a great track record of getting through, overcoming every obstacle in your life, or you would not be alive right now because you've put up with a lot of crap, huh? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Much love to you. Hang in there. All righty. Hey, Sean G. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Hey. How do you know if you've overcome it or shut it down, swept it under the rug? Um, because of that temperance card, they're showing that there's progress that's being made. Um, and even when we push it down, because we don't like when you're saying sweep it under the rug, the emotions and stuff, we push it down, it's still impacting us. It's still doing its stuff. But I feel like um you would feel numb rather than feeling triggered. So if you were, like, shutting it down and stuffing it, then you would feel numb and you wouldn't be feeling anything. But I feel like you're feeling like these things are showing up and triggering and going, "Hey, hey, hey," and you're like, "Oh my god," you know? So you're not sweeping it under the rug, you're experiencing it. I feel like you had numbness, which is normal for us when it becomes too overwhelming. When it first happens, we kinda, like, after our rage, we kind of go into that, and then we start processing, right? And that's what you're doing, so that's what I feel from spirit. Alrighty, so Sean, thank you for your donation. I got you on the list here. Um, so we have Maria P up next for number 3, and then Guerrera Means War, you'll be up after that, and then Sean G, you'll be after that. And probably after that, I'll be heading into um doing some free readings, so we will complete some of those. Since I'm almost at about 3 hours, I might need to kind of get up and move around for a moment and hit the head. Such a man thing. Uh, go to the facility, take a bio break, and then I will, jump into some free readings, about 30 minutes of them, and then we'll go from there. All right. So Maria P, we got 25726 for your number 3. So there is your time stamp. And let's see here. You are down here. I think you're after this one. Here it is. All right. So you said the ladies at work are messaging you during your time off. Leave me alone, saying they miss you. All right, let's take a look here. All right, very good. Then the message Laura sent me about the money is going up on my contract. I wanted to send it to Wally, but instead send it to the ladies at the work group thread. Oh, uh-oh, hope they didn't notice. Let's take a look here. Whoa, whoa. All right. All right, let's see what we've got here. So they say they miss you here. We got the King of Wands and the Two of Wands. Yeah, I feel like there's a variety. Of course, when it's a group of ladies, you're gonna get different energies from each individual person, so they see things a different way. But I feel like the ones that are saying they miss you, one of this is the King of Wands. I feel like there's this, are you planning on leaving and going somewhere else because you didn't get that job? I feel like they feel like you took off to go on job interviews, that you're not happy with work, you're wanting to leave. And the Two of Wands feels like, there's this, it's the planning energy. They're like, "What's going on? Oh my gosh, what's happening? We miss you, we miss you." They don't want you to leave, right? These people. They're like, "Oh no, 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 no." So I feel like some of them have that. Some other people think that you're wanting to leave and do something different. That's coming in there. Um, so I feel like that's a lot of why they're messaging you during your time off to, tell you they miss you because they want to make it harder for you to try to leave. I like that. You are wanted, you are loved. They like your fire energy with all this wands energy. So you make a bigger impact there than you realize. Did they notice in the group thread that you sent it to them instead of to Wally? We got the 8 of Swords and the Knight of Cups. I feel like most of them didn't see it with this 8 of Swords, because that's like the removal of something, removal of communication before anyone kinda saw it there. I don't the Knight of Cups, I feel like maybe one person saw it, but then they saw you deleted it, and this person, I feel like with this Knight of Cups, is like they understood that it was like an emotional expression, and they're like, "Yeah, I'd feel the same way," you know? So I feel like they're not gonna do anything with it. I feel like they were just like, "Yeah, that's right. Wow," you know? So, I like that. Um, Underneath that too, you've got here the judgment card, which is again that calling away, that pulling away into something else you're calling in life. And the Knight of Pentacles, it is the slowest moving knight, but you're on a quest for your worth and looking at things. You even have the Nine of Cups below the surface, which is like, you know, an emotional dream kind of come true energy that's coming in there. But I kind of feel like this energy here is like, this is all part of that. Well, I didn't get that. And now I didn't get but a penny. I got pennies, cents raise. I didn't get, an increase in my contract. Maybe I do want to pursue something different. And I like that for you. I feel like if we look at it as that sometimes things happen in our life to make it more, let's say, less comfortable to stay somewhere, then we start looking elsewhere. And as it becomes more and more uncomfortable to stay, we're realizing it's time for us to fly. It's time for us to look and see, where else could I go? What else would I want to do? But this is not from the mind. This is from that heart energy we're talking about, right? So hopefully that helps. I feel like that's what they have there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. I'm unapologetic about what I desire and trust that what I focus on will grow. I love the power there. So I love that for you. So that's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. All right. So, Sean, thank you for your additional donation. We'll get that second message here. Boop, boop. There we go. All right. So that was that one. All right. Let me take a sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So we are to Guerrera Means War 30337. So Guerrera, here's your time stamp. Let's scroll up here. There you are. Let's give that a love and a like. So thank you so much for your donation. Howdy again, my friend. Happy Friday. So you said, can we look into any messages your guides have for you regarding the energies of May of 2026? Absolutely. And thank you for sharing that earlier about that the reading from last night, the upcoming work and career energies for you. It says, as usual, oh, you were absolutely dead on. I love it. Thank you for your insights. Thank you for your lovely words. I makes my heart warm. So thank you. So let's take a look here. What do they want you to know about May 2026? We've got that. We've got that. And these. Leading to these. Leading to this. Leading to that. We'll do it that way. Like there's like a little puzzle that's unfolding here. It's like it's almost like dominoes, but it's like you know, this builds on here to form 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 here. That's why it kind of looks like dominoes to me, but it's like I feel like they're taking me on a little adventure of your May here and giving you kind of how things unfold. So we will look at that. But before we do that, May get some coffee. There we go. Bottom of the deck, it feels like here's the month of May, 5 of Pentacles. Yeah, no, look at this. You are definitely on this adventure this month with the full card in the middle. I mean, underneath, which is the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, starting off at 0, free of expectations, full of possibilities. As 5 of Pentacles, I feel like you're really learning this month that it's not humans that bring you what you need in each moment, not your sustenance, but source, creator, you know, the universe, however you believe your higher power to be, that it's humans that you experience abandonment from. Because when a human goes into fight or flight mode, feeling unsafe, uncomfortable, out of control, they will pull everything back, will abandon people because I need all the toys. I need everything for me, that survival mode. And so that does come in here with that. The 5 changes us from a feeling of lack, afraid of not having enough, not being enough, of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, to, wow, you are the one that brings me things. Humans sometimes are the shipping company through which spirit creator brings things to us, but the source is an unlimited source that doesn't have fear, never withdraws. They always make sure we have what we need. So there's this change of feeling out of control and kind of uncertain about what's coming our way, because humans aren't predictable, but creator is stable. They're the only stable thing in our life, right? Spirit world is. It's eternal unconditional love. So, I like that. Underline energy that. So your month starts off here. You're at the Hierophant. Yeah, Master, Major, Arcana number 5, the Master of Change, the Master of seeing things from a different perspective. So I feel like that is them reiterating it. I feel like that's kind of just like the theme of this is going to be a month of some significant changes in mindset, emotions, some things in your physical world, but big changes in your energy. You start off, yeah, with the 10 of wands, a big change in energy. Something that starts off maybe before feeling like a burden now feels like abundance. So it's a change of mindset from focusing in on what's not going well to what we're grateful for. And that begins an energetic shift in our lives, because when we realize, where am I investing all of my energy? If I'm focusing in on something lower vibration, I get a bunch of that. If I focus in on higher vibration, then I get more things like that. Unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude. All that energy brings in more things to be grateful for. So it starts off with a change of energy, a change of focus, a change of where we're looking at things, which then moves you to, yeah, feel like it makes sense that there is something removed out of your life suddenly. Probably within the first week, I would say this next first week of May, but it happens for you to make space for something that's more in alignment with your higher self and where you wanna go. It's removing obstacles, and you have the Justice card, which I feel like you see it. You see that this is for me. I feel like you understand that this needs to happen so that this stuff is out of my life and allows space for this new stuff to come in. And I feel like you've been wanting this balancing of things. You feel like whatever this part of your life that's felt out of balance, that a big piece that's been keeping it out of balance gets knocked out, then it's ching, 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 things balance very quickly. Do you feel like this is the first week? The second week, yep, you got Temperance and the Knight of Wands. So there is this something that has been feeling like it's been taking forever, suddenly speeds up very quick, and it does. It's like this block is removed here with the Tower card. It's like whatever was clogging the pipeline gets removed, and now here's this flow of energy, progress, movement forward. I do feel like you're also this month realizing, what is the dream? What is the focus? And instead of having all of my energy scattered in a bunch of different directions, I feel like you're really able to align things to focus in on 3 buckets. The first bucket is the things that are urgent to you and important to you, not to everyone else, what you think you're supposed to be, blah, blah, blah. But what's truly urgent and important to you is bucket 1. Bucket 2 is the things that are important to you, but not urgent. These are things you can put on your calendar, when they'll get urgent. And then bucket 3 are the things that are screaming they're urgent, but they're not important to you, and so you don't need to put any energy into those. You focus all of your energy on bucket 1. If you get all that stuff done, you can start working on bucket 2 till eventually those things become bucket 1, but if you have enough, bucket 3, you don't even have to touch. Unless you get bored and you finished everything in bucket 1, bucket 2, then you're like, "Ah, let me see, what do I wanna work? Oh, I'll work on that." You don't have to, though. And with this, instead of focusing on 10 things going up one space, you focus on one thing that goes up 10. So that's where this progression, this quick progression happens, like in week 2. Week 3, you have the Queen of Wands and the Page of Cups. Yeah, I feel like you are, with the energy you're putting forward and the action, you super focused, that you're very happy with this Page of Cups. You're happy with the progress. You're happy with the freedom, and you don't feel like you're feeding energy into a black hole. You feel like you're focusing it in things. So really, it feels like you're organizing where you're investing your actions. And it's like your true north. If it doesn't support my true north, I'm not investing energy in it. If it's not supporting my dream, it goes, right? So I feel like week number 3, you're very happy with progress. You're making a ton of progress, leading you to week number 4. Yeah, we got the judgment card here, which is a calling. And I feel like you are able to head towards something with all this because of this change of mindset and this change of energetic focus. With the 9 of Wands, you're stepping into your power. You see how they're grabbing on to that Ace of Swords? Ace of Wands. It was blocking before, but now it's big enough for you to slide through it. So I feel like with all of this focus, you're now able to look at something that is like what your dream is, or like what you feel your calling in life is. And now you feel like it's possible for me to step through this that maybe I would have felt blocked me in the past. And I'm able to step through it into something that really, really excites me in my life. So I feel like that is what they're focusing in there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Since your donation was $5 or more, you do get one of these Beltane oracles. So happy Beltane. Today's Beltane, as well as May Day and a beautiful Scorpio full moon. So your message from Spirit is, oh, let's see, how can I cover this up here? Let me just do it this way. It's actually called Sex Magic. Whoa, which is very Scorpio energy. I draw on my body with an invisible blade carved with the bliss of lustrous teeth. It is in the allure that I will meet blood and flesh. Interesting. Well, well, well. What's going on in your life? Let's see what message comes in here. So this is about being uninhibited, which in a way is being free from restriction, right? So, among many cultures and for years, women have been forced to deny their sexuality either through objectification or by the patriarchal system attempting to limit their gratification. Women who did feel free to express their sexuality were judged and exiled, and many were labeled witches as though that was a dirty word. Witches are often thought to be lustful women who give themselves up to the devil. The imagery is rooted in some truth, for the sex magic is a real and useful tool, although it has nothing to do with evil. Also, witches are certainly liberated, be they male or female. So, this sex magic simply harnesses the creative energy of passion and the restorative energy of climax as a way to power your deepest desires. Consider this your initiation. You're being guided to disinhibit your spirit so that you move forward in a natural and authentic way. Those who do not understand your freedom are limited by their own self consciousness and social constraints. Likewise, those who do not support you and acting upon your desires are lashing out for fear of not fulfilling their own. Their lack of freedom attempts to box you in because they are not ready to receive such a gift for themselves. Sad as it may be, their lack of enlightenment is not a reason to keep your soul bound in solidarity. If you find yourself among those who do not support your passions, now may be a time to self exile and seek more illuminated and open minded relationships. Ooh. And so, of course, it doesn't have to do just with physical passion or fire passion, but your passion for life and your dream, your calling, where you're being pulled to, right? So it's an interesting way they approach that, but I love that energy for you. So that's what they have for you, Guerrera. Hopefully that helps, my dear. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right, how we doing on time? Yeah, okay. So let me take one last sip of this coffee here, and we'll jump into Sean's two readings. And then after that, I will move into free readings. Any donations that come in from this point on, I will complete after I do about 30 minutes of free readings. Um, and if any come in during that time, I'll jump to those, and then I'll go back and finish the free readings after that. So happy May Day, everybody. May 1st. Can you believe it? It's already May. What? I know. Okay, there was more in there than I thought, so let me not spill it all over me. I'll take another sip. All right. So, Sean G, you're up. 31726 is for your first one here. So thank you for your donations. For number one, you want to know the current energies. How will your email marketing campaign that you're working on go? All right. Let's take a look here. Shuffle up. Based on current energies, how will this go? We've got this, this, and this, and that, and those three. All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Five of Wands, which is a change of energy, a switching of energy. In fact, I love this. It's like, you know, how it feels like they're struggling in the beginning, trying to hit the piñata. They're not trying to like kill a dog. That's a piñata. You know how it's like, feels like work, 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 and then boom, and it opens up and all the candy falls, and then there's joy, right? Kind of feel like that's how your email marketing campaign goes. It starts off a little bit clunky, 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 and then boom, here comes the candy, right? So that's the bottom energy. Let's see what comes in here. You have the King of Swords, the Master of Communication. I like that because they're giving you this gift of the Ace of Swords, of the gift of gab, right? The gift of communication, that they are giving you this access to the wording that will work the best. And so you can ask them, go, you know, can I have this sword so that it can flow and I can say the words that in this email campaign that grab attention, that brings my communication through clearly. And you might even be having someone help that's a master of communication. But it feels good. It feels supported here. And then you have the 10 of Pentacles, one of the big abundant cards coming in. So it does feel successful here. Most successful by asking for assistance, hire, or other, you know, communication specialists, whatever you feel. Yeah, you have the Queen of Pentacles, which is about, in a way, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, coming from the heart. But the Four of Cups is about be aware of being stagnant. Of course, you're going to be creative with all this, with your creative energies, but they're saying the most beneficial thing is don't be boring. Don't be blah, blah, blah. Do something. Whoa, you know, the title has to be something eye catching and a photo of something, whether it's a picture of your Empress painting, because this Empress energy is coming in with the Queen of Pentacles. It's something that, wow, visually grabs my eyes, both in creativity, but also in like tagline or whatever, right? That it's like, all right, I got it. Boom, boom, um, almost the shortest it can be, the best is what I'm hearing. Short, simple, to the point, grabbing my attention, but don't bore me with all the details. That's funny. You don't have to be, so I like that. Which maybe this is reinforcing everything that you're planning on doing if it is validating it, right? Then you have 3 other cards. You got the 9 of wands. It's within your power, your energy, your approach is what will either block it or allow it to flow. So when we go in with expectations, right, focus in on fear or lack or want, right, that pushes it away. But if we go with gratitude, going, Creator, thank you, Spirit, for showing me what to put in here. I'm excited. I'm grateful for what I have and for that, abundance flows to me easily and effortlessly. And I'm so grateful. I love when this has happened, this has happened. Again, the energy of which you do it is most important. Yeah, because it can open up the 8 of wands, this beautiful, fast flowing energy. So I feel like how fast the candy falls from the piñata with all of that wands energy is up to the change of energy that you do. And your final card is the 7 of pentacles. Yeah, it is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, so be patient with it. You will see it, you know? Don't yell at the kids to hit that piñata harder. Just enjoy and have gratitude with the process. That'll bring you that 10 of pentacles faster. So, looks good. Just some good advice, some different perspectives from spirit, but it's looking good, I feel. And let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. From the universe has got your back. All right. And I think this one, they're to give you your other one here. Let me see here. Yeah. Okay. I thought it was going to be that one. I'm like, well, maybe that one. I'm like, nope, this was the one because I like it. It's exactly my vibes speak louder than my words. My vibes, your energy speaks louder than the words you use on your email campaign. So I love it. That's exactly what we're talking about, right? All right. So that is for your first one. So thank you for that. And then for number 2, we've got 323.46. So thank you for your additional donation. And you like a message from your highest self, who's already made your May sales go. What do you need to get there? All right. So let's see here. The higher self, it's like your future, because your higher self is the same higher self. All of your possibilities of the you in this lifetime, you have the same higher self. So I feel like you're saying the future self of you, what would they tell you what you need to do to be able to get there? I'm picking up what you're putting down. I get it. I get it. Not those though. Let me shuffle up again here. You getting tired, cards? I do need to take a break after this, and then I'll come back and jump into free readings here. So hang in there, peoples. Okay, we got this, and then they want you to know these. They do want you to know that, and that, and that. All right. Yeah, I love it. So got the Empress on the bottom of the deck here. You usually do. Got the creative. This the important thing is to remember who you are, why you're doing what you're doing, and remember the dream. Remember the dream. What is the dream? the true why, not the outcome that comes with it all, right? But, I like this, this, um, remember what you wanted to create and why. Because we can get caught into, "Well, I want money and I want this and I want this and I have to have this and this," but why are you doing what you're doing, you know? I like that. So your first card, that was the bottom of the deck. You have the 10 of Wands, which is change your energy from burden to gratitude, right? So that is that change of energy, like we kind of talked about in your first reading, because it can feel like, oh my God, this is so much to carry, or wow, look at how much I have, and I'm so grateful that I get to carry this. And I feel like they're saying here, it's like your future self that has major made goals is like, what helped me is realize that I don't need to focus on I don't focus on what I don't have or whatever, right? Like we talk about all the time. It's like I'm remembering that I have everything I need already. Yeah, that's the thanks for bringing that back, Spirit, because it's I am realizing how blessed I am to be able to be doing what I'm doing, because what I'm doing now in this moment, like what you're doing in this moment, is a dream for someone that doesn't think it's possible. Like what you've achieved and where you're already at is someone else's dream that they wish they could have. And when we realize, whoa, that's deep, it really hits me deep. It's like, yeah, we can even think back when we were younger, when we're like, someday I wish I could be able to do that. And you're doing it now. When's enough enough? When we have gratitude for what is, it's like be grateful for what is happening, what you have experienced, and then the flow comes in, right? So I like that. Then you have three cards after that. You've got the Justice card, got this wonderful balance, getting out of our head around some supposed to be, should be's, need to be, seeing things from a higher perspective. The Five of Wands, like here's the changing your energy, hit that pinata, baby. So here is that. And whatever was in your first reading. And the Death card, yeah. An ending and a new beginning, transformation, a change. And we definitely, it's a change of story, a change of how we're looking at things, a change of expectations, letting go of the ones rooted in fear and focus on, you know, higher vibrational thoughts that are rooted in gratitude, right? And unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace. And that, not, "Oh, I gotta go, goal, right? It's all expression, wonderful, gratitude. Wow, I'm so grateful. And living the dream, not judging the dream, I feel is what your future self is saying. Then you got three cards. You got the Devil card. Yeah. Here again is the restriction, the overthinking energy of Capricorn, Saturn energy, letting go of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve anymore to set your heart free. You've got the Hermit card. Yeah, take some step, make sure you um, step back, get away from things, connect with spirit, but be with yourself, connect with yourself. And it's important working. Abundance can come to you easily and effortlessly. You don't have to work so hard. Is what she says. And the 10 of swords. So more of all this letting go of expectations, not trying to please other people, all that supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be's that you've grown up with. There's so much of it here about getting out of your head and into your heart and create. The Empress, she rolls over all four queens. She's five parts emotion, water, right? One part air, thinking, one part earth, one part fire. But it's all about living from your heart and not from your head, it feels like. It's interesting, your fortune cookie is I am the dreamer of my dream. I'm the dreamer of my dream, not anyone else. So you get to live your dream. And I love that for you. So hopefully that helps, Sean. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donations. Really appreciate those. All right. Hey, little pink pearl. Last moment, as always. I'm about to start free readings. So you did make it in here. I'm going to step away for just a moment. Got to get I think my buns have fallen asleep because I've been sitting here for 3.5 hours. So I'm gonna get up and go to the little gentlemen's facilities, and I've got water, so I'm good there. And then I'll be back and I'll start into the free readings, and I'll do at least 30 minutes of them. And then if I don't get any other donations, we'll just finish them all out. But we'll take a look at that when I return. So thank you guys for your patience and getting to your readings. And thank you for all the thumbs up too. It does tell me you're enjoying your free readings. And it helps spread the Zen love. And you're part of the giant love tsunami helping spread love across the world. So thank you guys for doing that. And thank you for your patience. I'll be right back. All right. Just get my little throne here. I think my heating pad turned off a while ago. Get my heating pad going here again. I'm my old man back. All right. Move that up here. So thank you guys again so much. All right. I think we're ready. So let's shuffle it up. We'll dive into free reading. So thank you guys so much. And we will start up here. Let's see. I've got about probably 15, 20 free readings. So we'll take a look here. We got Swaroop up first. 3:35:10 is your timestamp. So Swaroop. So hello, coming week reading, please. What's coming towards you for the first official full week of May, right? You got the Hierophant. You also have the King of Swords. Interesting that, the Hierophant is about, like, seeing things more clearly, like your higher self showing you a different perspective, a different way of looking at things. Well, the King of Swords is the master storyteller. So with that Ace of Swords, there is that energy of, again, looking at clarity coming in and seeing things from that higher perspective, from a different perspective. And I do feel like this upcoming week, there's a significant aha moment that you have where you see things because you see things differently that you want to make a significant change, whatever path you're on, whether that's relationship with a human of some kind or job or education. Education, with this King of Swords, is highly supported. So if it's a change of learning, a change of looking at something, then that definitely can come in there. But also it could be about the change of something in location, money, possessions, your body as well. But I feel like it's a giant aha that comes in with because of clarity. And you can ask spirit too, always. If you have decisions to make or you're curious about things, you can ask for clarity and show me, you know, give me information, make it a no-brainer for me, please provide me, clarity, and they'll bam, and you're like, "Oh, wow, well, that makes it a very easy choice." So, I love that they're dying to help us. Well, they don't die because 'cause they're eternal, but they're so excited to help us whenever we ask. So, that is what they have for you. So many blessings to enjoy that wonderful aha, moment that's coming in. All right. So many blessings to you. And Sean G, do you got your free reading request onto the list? So we'll add you on there. Right. And then Mini Heal, you're 33746. So Mini Heal, there's your timestamp. And a general for whatever is coming up. Let's take a look here. Hope you're doing well. All right. So boom, boom. You got the Magician and the Four of Swords. I like that. The Four of Swords is about resting your mind, seeing things from a higher perspective, letting expectations go, small t truths rooted in fear, all those stories of opinion of what you should be doing with your life and you're supposed to be doing in relationships and, all that kind of stuff. It's resting that, and which allows you to kind of settle more into your heart. Interesting with the Magician, I love something I read recently with which the 3 things that you need to know with the Magician is number 1, that you're the one that has the will. Your energy is what draws things into your life. We're not on a train that's taking us somewhere that we're just on it. "Oh, I guess I'm going this way." No, our energy, it's more like we're on a little what did they show me? Little boogie board, like a little small surfboard. It's only like a half of one that you body surf with. You don't, like, surf on the water. But they're showing me you control how you're going, with this little boogie board. And so that's the first thing, is you need to know that you're the one that guides it. Your energy, your focus is what draws things to your life, not, you're not at the whim of those things. The second thing with it is that you need to know where you're headed. Otherwise, if you're just showing, pointing this energy in all different directions, you grow this and then for a moment, but then you point over here, this shrinks and then this grows, and then you point over here, this shrinks and then this grows. Knowing what you're wanting and where you're wanting to head, you can focus your energy and grow something consistently. That's important with this Magician. But I feel like it's getting out of your head, not trying to go, well, my head thinks we should go this way. Let's let's look into the heart. Ask the heart where it wants to go, because you will live a life if you live from your heart. You'll exist in life if you follow your mind. And the third thing is knowing, they have all 4 gifts from the universe here, the Ace of Swords, Ace of Cups, Ace of Pentacles, Ace of Wands. knowing the 4 elements that you have everything you need and the focus of the energy of the 4 elements. This is I love that. I'd never noticed this approach to this magician card before, but wherever you invest your energy in your mind, which is the air element, your heart, the water element, your body, your earth element, and your actions, and your focal energy, the wands energy, all 4 areas of the human life, knowing how that works, that I'm the one that creates the story. I'm the one that chooses the emotions. I'm the one that chooses my physical actions. I'm the one that manages my own energy in my own life, right? And not other people. When we can realize that, you step into your power. So I feel like this is a big thing for you in your life is to really gain your power back. So that's what they have for you, Minnie Hill. So many blessings to you. Right. And then we've got the butterfly 34134 is your timestamp. Thank you again for all your help. And I like this 34134. This repeating numbers on the beginning and part end of your timestamp. So, a general message, please. Absolutely. Thank you for all your wonderful little emojis, too. So, what do they want you to know right now? 2 major arcana. It's funny, you got kind of sun and moon energy in a way, because the sun card, of course, rules over Leo sun energy, but the chariot is ruled by the moon. So, there's this um I don't know, there's like the sun and moon energy that's coming in with this and this amazing relationship. Of course, we have a full moon going on right now, the sun in Taurus, and then the moon in Scorpio right now. And if you didn't check out making the most of the full moon energy for today's the Scorpio full moon one. Here, let me post it out here. There's some great energies that, comes in with that. And, there's this beautiful story that it talks a little bit in about there that, we can't like look directly in the sun without blinding ourselves. But when the moon reflects the sun, we can absorb and we can take in the light more safely for our eyes especially. So I love this because it just feels like they're focusing in on um, that energy and trust the reflection of that energy. So whatever that means for you there. But there is beautiful, empowering energy here too. You have the Sun card, Leo energy, which is focusing on your inner child. You have the Chariot Moon card, which focuses in on your emotional inner child as well. So both of those have this beautiful reflection energy right now. And I like this particular deck that shows, instead of 2 forces battling against one another, the dark horse and the white horse trying to pull in different directions, this is about the choice of letting go of the old, the things that keep the hot air balloon to the ground, right? That keep it, uh, anchored in the sandbags, the old things that you've been cutting away have allowed you to soar because 'cause they're above the clouds now. So this feels more of a celebration kind of energy. And I love all the sunflowers here too, all pointed at the sun. And I feel like they're saying here, because it's funny, the Scorpio energy, it's like when they go from a scorpion to a snake to an eagle, and the eagle can fly above the storm, above the clouds, like this moon. I mean, this hot air balloon. They swoop down and protect the things that are important to them, and then swoop back up above the storm again. And then eventually they transform into a phoenix, which the bright sun, energy. But I feel like with these sunflowers looking at the sun, it's really standing out that you're being a light and that you don't have to do anything but shine bright and be yourself, and you make an impact. So I feel like there's a celebration kind of energy that's coming in here. So I like that. That's what they want you to know right now. Celebrate you and shine bright. All right. So that's what they have there for you, butterfly. So many blessings to you. Hey, Rep, you got stung by a killer hornet 3 times. Well, you better be calling an ambulance, not getting on our chat. We send you lots of love energy. Aren't they? Don't those hurt? Aren't you supposed to like get assistance? Yikes. So, yeah, um, hang in there. My goodness. Don't wish that on anyone. So hang in there, Rip. All right. Then we have content up 34628. You are up. There's your timestamp. So, what will the Gemini do this weekend? Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, what will we do? All right. Well, the Gemini here, you know, we've got this moon card, which we have, of course, Scorpio full moon today. And I saw that I'm like, they're very much inhabiting the Scorpio energy. So, and when you look at it's very sensual in a way, they get really into that sexiness. So I feel like they're howling at the moon. I feel like that's really activated within them with that energy. That's one of the first things that came flying through. Emotional, more emotional than normal because it's a water moon. So I feel like, that's coming in there as well. The 6 of Cups is an interesting energy because I feel like someone from their past, and I don't feel like it's an ex or anything like that, but I feel like someone from their past is coming back into their life this weekend too. It feels more like a family member. Like if it's not like a sibling, I don't feel like it's a parent, but it feels like more cousin kind of energy, a family member that they haven't seen in a long time pops in out of town because they had moved away and they're back visiting for some reason. And they're like, "Oh my god." And I feel like they were like really tight when they were younger, but then they kind of drifted away because they went off to school and they went off to do something. They moved somewhere for a job and so they haven't kept in touch, but now they're kind of reconnecting. So I feel like kind of their weekend's a little bit taken up because I feel like they're gonna go out, Saturday night and hang out and then they sleep in Sunday because they partied a little too hardy, it feels like, and then spending time with family and a lunch, a big lunch that turns into barbecue dinner or whatever, that they're just hanging out. It feels like a lot of that this weekend, but I feel like tonight feel like this kind of happens midday tomorrow when they realize this other person's in town and kind of comes in here. So I feel like that's kind of where we're at right now. So hopefully that helps content. I know you're like, oh, they're going to be busy. What are you going to do? That's what you have to decide because they're going to be doing something else. All right. So many blessings to you. And Shanji say one of your projects, it says, I have everything I need. I get everything I want. I have everything I need. I get everything I want. What is that from? Is that from Alice in Wonderland? Where did I hear that? I heard that somewhere. That's crazy that I'm like, I just read that somewhere. But I love that. I have everything I need. I get everything I want. Yeah, I love that. And yeah, plate of spaghetti. You're actually 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you're like 5 away. I have everything I need. I get everything I want. I'll have to find out where I read that now, it's gonna bug me, but I love that. Oh, did I say that? Oh, maybe that's what I remember. That's weird. I'm like, "Where did I hear that before?" You just said it a moment ago, bruddaZEN. Oh, maybe that's why I remember it. Anyway, all right, we'll move on before I embarrass myself. Lotus of Serendipity, you're up 350-39. I think I did read it somewhere too, now that you're mentioning that. I'm like, "Oh, is that where you guys grabbed it from?" So, Lotus, hello, hello, good to see you. So grateful to have you here as well. A general message. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know? All right, evidently that one and this one. You got the forest. I'm still cracking up. All right. Who knew? Who knew? But you got the 10 of Pentacles. I like that. And the 4 of Swords. 4 of Swords is an energy. They're sleeping on the Ace of Swords here. And they're the 3 of Swords on the wall are the 3 swords from the 3 of Swords card. The ones are normally stuck in the heart. Well, this is pulling the swords out of the heart. And so there is this healing of the feelings of what we felt were heartbreak, and this resting on this. I love this, resting on the knowledge that my heart could never be broken, but what I was experiencing was fear. Fear of not being enough, fear of not being lovable, fear that their actions or non-actions, words or silence meant something about my worth, which are lies, all lies, like in Austin Powers, Frau Bittmeyer, whatever her name was. She go, lies, all lies. That's what they were showing me in my head. And you're realizing that these are not truths, especially around the 10 of Pentacles, around your worth, but around relationships specifically, I feel like, because they're really zeroing in on these other people's actions in relationships did not define me. They were just telling me what they were going through, told me more about their fears. What bubbled up within me, of course, tells me what my fears are. So I like this, taking a rest, reflecting on these expectations, these disappointments, these feelings of what felt like heartbreak, but really look at what were the fears below those feelings of heartbreak, because that's what pricked your heart. Not Your heart wasn't broken, it just was going into fight or flight mode. That's why it feels like, because we got startled by this emotional monster. So, I like that. So, I feel like that's kind of the message for you right now, Lotus. So many blessings. Hopefully that helps. All right. And then a Blueberry, you're up 353.30. So, Blueberry, here's your timestamp. And you would also like a general reading. Let's see what we've got going on here. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Your little wavy hand, I remember. You got the 6 of Swords and the 10 of Wands. I like this because I know I say that probably for every reading, but I do love all the readings. The 6 of Swords is about, seeing things. Wow, that's almost like matches the background back here. The little wave along my little black uh, shelves back there. But it's about leaving behind old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher perspective, letting go of those thoughts and beliefs that were more limiting. And as you're changing the story of things, the way you're looking at these things, it is allowing movement from choppy waters to calmer waters, which allows and brings movement in the outside world. You got the 10 of Wands too, which is a change of perspective from, oh my God, what a burden this is. It's so heavy, to, wow, look how abundant I am. And so there is this change of story. And I feel like they're kind of nudging you to kind of like a little mini challenges. I've been taught that when this happens, this is what it's supposed to mean. This is the story I'm supposed to put to that. But what if? What if I get to have a play little game and go, what if I make it mean something else and see how it changes the energy, see how it changes things? Because it's like, huh, yeah, instead of getting fired from a job, I don't look at it as I was fired and it's a horrible thing and, "Oh my god," to, "I've been set free. Now I'm gonna go live my dream." You know, the change of story. Do you feel the change of energy in that? From victim to something's happening to me to, "This is happening for me." And I feel like this is the energy that they want, to kind of do a little no expectation or test. It's just like a challenge if you'd like to try it. A little game. It's for fun, not for work. Alright, so that's what they have for you, Blueberry. So many blessings to you. Right, and then we have Cat Mia 35604. So Cat Mia, here is your timestamp. What does A think about S? That they come much further along in the alphabet. What does A think about S? All right, based on current energy, just thinking, not feeling, right? Wow. Yep, there's this 2 major arcana. So we've got the World card, which is the ending of a major cycle, reaching a certain point, a new beginning free of expectations, more of an adventure. And the Chariot card here, it feels like they're kind of at a crossroads in a way of determining what is it that I wanna do, you know? I feel like they're kind of torn in between. Do I is this an ending that ends, or is this an ending that takes things to a new level? I feel like there's this choice point that they're at, and they're like, "I don't know, do I want to" I feel like it's risky. Do I wanna take the risk? You know, it's like the heart is like, "Hell yeah, let's go." The heart, the chariot is ruled by the moon, a lot of emotional energy. So, of course, the heart is like, "Let's go." Exciting, but the mind is like, "That is too high. I'm scared of heights. We can't do that. It's too risky. Let's not do that." So I feel like there's this little they're at a choice point. I feel like things can't stay the way they are. They either need to progress or they need to end. And then progress means going to a new level. It's like happens or happens. So I feel like that's where they're at right now, just at a big decision point. And I don't feel like they've made a decision yet. They're kind of going back and forth between their head and their heart, between their fear and the excitement of wanting to pursue and the "Oh, I don't know, it's scary." So hopefully that makes sense, Katmia. That is what we have. So many blessings to you. Right. And then Olivier Vagara, you're up 35824. So Olivier, here's your timestamp. A message from spirit guides. All right, let's take a look here. What does spirit have here for you? Ooh, 3 cards. Boom, boom, boom. So you got the Ace of Swords, the Gift of Clarity. You got the 2 of Wands, the power of energetic choice, and the 2 of Swords. So there is this energy here of a decision coming up here for you. This wasn't about next week or anything. It feels like this is what's coming up. That there's no wrong choice with this 2 of Wands, but this is about planning for the future. What is it that you wanna do? Where is it that you wanna go? You gotta know where it is that you wanna do. Not it's like the difference is, well, let's see what's available, and then I'll choose what's available. They're like, "No, this is power. This is you getting the clarity and the focus and determination of this is what I want, and that's what I'm gonna invest my energy and move toward it." Not like, well, let's see what's there. What are my options? No, no. What is it that you want? You know, not what can I choose from? It's like almost like they're showing me like a diner, like a restaurant. And they're like, well, here's the menu. And you're like, well, do you guys take what do they call it? Where you can made to order. Do you guys do made to order here? Yeah, we do. That's our specialty. Well, what I would like would be, a tuna fish sandwich, but in between, I don't know, I gotta make something up weird. 2 banana pancakes. Huh. All right. That sounds interesting. We'll whip it up. But it's you determine what you want, and it's not on the menu. You get to determine it. You put your energy, then things start to unfold. But it is the clarity, and that's the tough part is like we only know what our brain kind of focuses on what we know, what it has seen, what it hasn't. We know what's on the menu, but what about getting creative and going off menu? I feel like that's what they want you to kind of look at, a little challenge again, kind of challenging energy. So that's what they have for you, Olivier. How fun. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we have plate of spaghetti 40114. Look at these 4 1s and 1 4s here. Here's your timestamp. And you want to know Will's energy towards you after you pulled away. Is he coming back? All right, let's take a look here. So his energy, and then based on current energy, is he coming back? So yeah, the 9 of Swords. So after you pulled away, his energy is more focusing in on this is a nightmare and insomnia card, more focusing on expectations, fear of not living up to expectations, exhaustion in a way. Because like when you have nightmares and insomnia, you're not sleeping, you're like, you're tired and you're just like, I'm just sick and tired of it's like on the verge of going, I'm tired of whatever pleasing everyone else and trying to live up to all these opinions and supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's around things. I'm just tired of it. Kind of energy. I just feel like they're sitting in that, and they're on the verge of just saying, whatever, I'm going to do what I want, everyone. You guys can all do what you want to do, kind of energy. Is he coming back? I don't know. Temperance is alchemy, very slow. I know patience, energy, but it is that slow going back and forth, slow energy. It's if they do come back, it's a very slow process of them kind of in a way, I want to say like because of all these fears and stuff that they would you know, stick their pinky toe in, you know, "Is it cold? Alright, let me do 2 toes, and then 3 toes, and then 4 toes, and then 5 toes, and then a foot, and then a leg, and then both feet, and then both leg." I feel like it's slow, very slow, because 'cause they're uncertain about, um, fear of disappointing, fear of failure. So it's like, I don't want that branch to fall out from underneath me again. So I'm going to slowly go out on the branch. No running out on it. Slowness, kind of comes in there. What we can do, and if you want to know, is what can we do to help other people feel safe, which is being consistent and true, right? No, being as true to our authentic self as we can and being consistent, right? Because then, um, because if someone does something and we react and we pull back, right? We teach them, I will abandon you, and that's one of our greatest fears. All of us, we don't want people to abandon us, and usually we'll abandon other people if we think they're going to abandon us first. And it just loops, right? So I feel like that's hopefully that helps a little bit there. Plate of spaghetti. And throw some meatballs on there. Yum, yum. All right. Hang in there, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And then a star seed, you're up. 40455. Look at those repeating numbers too. 4 4s and 5 5s. Your timestamp. So, what is one small grounded step I can take today to align with your own pace? All right, let's take a look here. Those two. So, what's one small grounded a step? Got the Two of Swords and the Sun card here. Two of Swords is realize your power of story. The Sun card is bringing in this energy of like it's childhood energy, inner child energy. And so this is telling me to question the story in the moment. So a small grounded step I can take today is to question my story about what things mean and realize, where does that come from? Why do I believe this story? Like, it's funny why they brought this in. I'm not sure how this relates, but hopefully you'll know what it means for you. There's so it was like a holiday and the daughter was having her mother and her grandmother and a bunch of family over, and she was cooking a turkey, and so she was getting the turkey ready, and she, put it in the big pot, and she took the turkey legs together and wrapped the turkey legs, and she was like, "Mom," and she was like, "Yeah, why do we do that?" And she was like, "I don't know. That's the way my mom taught me." And they're like, "Oh, well, she's in the living room. Let's go ask her," right? So they put the turkey in the oven or whatever, and they went, "Grandma, you know, why do we do that?" And she was like, "Well, that's what my grandma taught me, but, it was when we had smaller ovens and smaller pans, and if you didn't tie the turkey legs together, they would burn on the sides and catch fire." They're like, "Well, we have bigger pots and bigger ovens now. Why are we still doing that?" "I don't know. Why are we?" And so there's this, "Oh, oh, yeah. Why am I doing what I'm doing?" And I feel like that's something we can do is question the story that we're putting to things. Why am I doing things the way I'm doing it? Or why do I think something means something? Because that's where freedom comes from. And that's what gets you into a more authentic path, a more authentic perception of your path and your pace, as you say. So hopefully that helps. Starseed, that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Essence of Ethereal Serenity. You're up 40803. So here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. So I am well. I hope you're well. And you like a message from your guides. All right, let's take a look here. What do your guides want you to know? Okay, that and this one. Ooh, ooh, wow, interesting. You got both the Lovers card and the Four of Wands, which is a marriage card. It is a joyful celebration and wonderful gathering, but with the Lovers card, I'm like, it's missing the, you know, almost like this should be the groom and bride up on the, on the thing, or groom and groom, or bride and bride. We are all accepting here. Um, so I love this for you because I feel like they're talking up here, and I'm not sure if you're looking for a relationship or in a relationship. Um, but the Four of Wands does feel like you meet an important person. So if you're looking for love and you don't have one, I feel like you'll meet someone that comes across as very important. If you're in a relationship, this can be a best friend or reconnecting with a loved one from the past, that kind of energy that comes in as well. And the but I feel like you meet him at some sort of gathering, whether it is a wedding that you attend. But if not, I feel like this is someone, but you meet them somewhere, um, more of a celebration, a gathering, and it's an important kind of faded relationship, whether it is love or best friend or a rekindling of an old friendship with a family member that kind of separated. I don't feel like it's quite like a falling out energy, I feel like you drifted apart and then people moved or whatever, but now I feel like you guys bump into each other and just reconnect in a different way, if that's the case with that. But whatever this is, it just feels like whoosh, coming together here with someone at a joyful event. So I like that coming up here for you. So if you get invitations, you better go. No, you don't have to go. That's up to you, but they're letting you know there is that available there. So many blessings to you. Hey, Ankita. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Many blessings to you. I'll get you on the donation list here. Let's see, where are we doing on time here? All right. Yeah, it looks like here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 6 more free readings, which I'll return to in a sec here. I've done just over 30 minutes of free readings. So I'm going to jump in, complete the donation for Ankita. Then we'll return back to finish out the free readings unless another donation comes in. But who we have left, just so you know, on the free readings, I got JoJo up next, then Maria P, and then Bay, and then Brown Horse, and then Little Pink Pearl, and then Sean G, and then Ankita, who just put a free reading out there. So we'll put that on the list here too. All right. Whoa, let me take a quick sip here. Getting parched. All right. So Ankita, we got 41207 for your timestamp for your donation. So thank you for that and your little sticker. So your boyfriend stopped talking with you, basically broke up. So what will happen between us? Also, your family fights every day. Oh, how wonderful. You made friends at office whom you think now are just colleagues, maybe. Um, so you said, I told you my situation. I hope you know what today is. I don't know what to ask. I hope you know what today or to say, as I don't know what to ask. All right. So let's take a look here. Sounds like you got a lot going on all at once here. It feels like you're in a little bit of a wonderful storm. Luckily, storms don't last forever, except on Mars, that storm that's been raging for 150 years or something. I don't know. So let's take a look here. What will happen between you and your boyfriend based on current energies? Well, you were wanting that to end anyway, weren't you? Yeah, but I wanted to say when, not them. Right, let's see. We got that. Let's then also your family fights every day. Let's see what they want you to know about that. And then also your colleagues. And this overall here. Yeah. Feel like you got the bottom of the deck. You do have the 10 of Wands. And you also have the Death card underneath that, which is about endings and beginnings, putting an end to things. The 10 of Wands is an endings energy too, which obviously there's a lot of, there is a like that big ending with your boyfriend, but there's also this change of energy with the 10 of Wands. Because you can look at that as burden, right? Oh my gosh, look at the heavy burden. Or we can look at like, wow, look at that harvest, right? So it's an important energy, right? If I focus in on what is all going wrong in my life, then it gets bigger, it grows. I draw more things that match that energy. So a big thing that you can do just right off the bat with that lower, this 10 of Wands being on the bottom energy or the flow beneath your reading is if I want to have more smoother things in my life, then I start focusing on what I'm grateful for. If we probably have talked about like a donut shop, right? If you go into a pastry or a donut shop and it has a little glass counter and You point out all the pastries and donuts you hate, what do you get? A dozen donuts and pastries you hate. If you focus in on all the donuts and pastries you love and you're grateful for, you get a dozen of those. So there is this change your energy if you want to change what's coming in, right? So I like that. Um, all right. So that's the underlying energy. And then what's going to happen between you and your boyfriend based on current energies, right? Yeah, you have the 10 of cups. And with all this death card, 10 of wands, endings energy, then, this is this, um, this is this, it's the ending of the emotions. It's the end of the relationship. You have the Queen of Cups. And I feel like the Queen of Cups is very intuitive. And I feel like this is what you've again, it's like in your heart of hearts that this is what you wanted, because you knew this wasn't healthy. You knew that what is best for you, but you had difficulty putting an end to it from fear of not finding love or having that security. It's like they became part of your nervous system in a way. And because they became a part of your nervous system, it was scary for you to let them go, right? Yeah, and you have the tower. So here is they're being removed out of your life on purpose for a purpose to make space for that which is in alignment with your energy, your heart. It's blasting things out of the way for you to be moving forward towards something that matches you instead of this thing that you guys battle and fight, right? So, and I do feel like here, with the Knight of Wands and the Tower card, it felt like, oh my God, this came out of nowhere, but this is what this has been building up to, right? Yeah. So, they've been removed out of your life, on purpose for a purpose. This is ended. And I do feel here with the Knight of Wands, there's also this energy of new passion from them, and I feel like they are interested in someone else. So, yeah, I don't feel like you'll meet a last time, not as you might bump into each other, but you're not gonna have a meeting because I feel like they have a new interest, they're searching for this new interest, energy that's coming in here. Which is for you. This is the Tower card is like, yeah, you knew this wasn't for you anymore. So, yeah, it's like it's time for you to be there, for it to be gone because you guys have been extending this out when it should have ended a year ago, if not longer, right? So, yeah. Well, and it is because they don't wanna do inner work, they just wanna get distracted. So it's not that you're being replaced, it's just, I need a distraction so I don't think about the past. Because if I'm alone, then I have to think about me, and I don't wanna do that, right? That's why a lot of times people will move on to another relationship really quick is, "I don't wanna do the inner work, let me just repeat cycles," right? So, you know, that is what it is, but you know that you wanted this to end, right? Your family fights every day. Yeah, we got the 4 of Wands. This is about choosing joy. And yeah, this is this regardless of what's happening around us, there is um I can choose joy for myself. Everyone else can fight. If I choose joy, if I choose celebration, what do I love about my individual family members? That they're fighting every day, none of my business. If they're fighting with me, then I work one-on-one to with my relationship with them if I want to improve it, but I can't control what everyone else is doing. what everyone else is choosing. All of this that's happening for you, not to you, all this is happening for you to turn you back to yourself, to turn you inward to this. Like you said, it's painful to hear. Well, that pain is fear. And all this is pointing you back to your fears because it's time to end this cycle of, the other, focusing in on the, other people's actions and non-actions, words and silence and everything else that, "Oh, this defines me." It's time to free yourself from everyone else and return back to you. There's this important everything is pointing you back, um, to what you're feeling. You can't control what other people are feeling, what other people are choosing, their stories, their actions, whatever. You can come back to you, to the only thing within your control, right? Even these friends at the office who I thought were my friends that aren't, you got the magician energy. You're the one that is in control with this magician. You're the one that draws everything into your life, right? And if you're running on autopilot and not purposely focusing on where do I want to invest my energy? Where am I investing my energy in each moment? Then we're running on autopilot. And who runs our life when we're on autopilot? Our inner emotional child, which is 7 years old or younger, and our mental child, which is between 8 and 14. Do we want them driving the bus? No, because they don't know any better, right? We want to become conscious on what is the emotion, what is the energy I'm choosing each moment instead of trying to please everyone else and trying to determine my worth by everyone else's actions and non-actions. I come back to me. So I feel like that is what you need to hear right now from spirit. Whether you listen to it or not is up to you. Let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is. Yeah. I let go of the shadow of the past by seeing someone for the first time with the eyes of love. And who is that person? That is you, right? So I let go of the shadow of the past and I see myself for the first time with eyes of love because all this is pointing you back to your self-love. Right? So that is what they have for you for that one in Kita. I see you have another one. So we'll jump into that one here. So thank you for your additional donation. So we've got 423, oops, 17 for you here. So you want to know what's the current feelings of Abhishek? Will he get a new girlfriend and forget about me so soon? Will he ever regret that he did wrong? Will he ever come to even talk to you? I know his actions don't define you and all that, but I still want to know. I'm still a human. Yeah, absolutely. So tarot readers said that I'll never in KY life. Oh, never in your life get real love. Oh, well. Was that me? Then you shouldn't believe him. Are you cheating on me with with other tarot readers? Well, that serves you right then. I'm just kidding. I love you. Don't be mad. Yeah. You said tarot readers. Plural, meaning at least two, but that's all right. Let's take a look here. So, what's the current feelings of Abhishek? Oh, all right. And then, will he get a new girlfriend and forget about you soon? Will he ever regret that what he did wrong? All right. Will he ever come ever to talk to you there? And then, uh, uh, will you never have real love in your life? We'll verify that here. They approached you to get a read. Oh, sure. Sure, blame it on them. Mhm, mhm. You know, there's this word that you can tell them, which is no. I'm kidding. I am supportive of everyone getting as many readings as you want from anyone. It's all for us in one way or another, right? So, what are Abhishek's, feelings, current feelings towards you here? Oh, I see. Um, so he is looking, he's trying to understand what his dream come true is here. Um, yeah, you love freebies more than Abhishek. You're funny. Yeah. So you're like, "Hey." So I do feel like they're in this, I'm trying to figure out what it is I do want in my life kind of energy. And, you know, I don't know what this is. I feel like they're kind of stuck in this idea because this is Aquarius air energy, which is the mind. And they're kind of in this place of what is my, mental dream come true, which is all these stories, all these opinions I've been given growing up about what I'm supposed to do, should be, who's this person that I'm supposed to be with? What is it supposed to be like? Blah, blah, blah. So they're really trying to clarify what is it that I do want in a relationship, you know? And we experience that. We discover what we don't want and what we do want as we date people, right? Will he get a new girlfriend and forget about you soon? We have the Queen of Pentacles, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. It does it does feel like here now soon, um, I feel like he will have an interest, someone that's nurturing, someone, so I do feel like, yeah, they do find a girlfriend. Didn't we do a reading on you that you have this wonderful person in your future that aligns with your energy that's like a so compatible. Didn't we get a reading on that for you? Isn't that you? That you have someone that's amazing the longer that you kind of focus in on this old, that it delays you in getting to them, right? Right? Isn't that what it is there? So, yeah, I feel like they do end up I feel like this is like they they kind of find here, this um it's like it's someone that reminds them of their mother, which is what we tend to do. Usually, straight men end up finding people like their mother, and, straight females end up finding people like their father. Yeah, I get you, I get you. Will he ever regret what he did wrong? We have the 8 of Swords and the 7 of Cups. They don't feel like a regret kind of person. I feel like with the 7 of Cups, they'll allow themselves to feel emotions and look at their experiences, and we also have the, 8 of Swords, which is letting go of mindsets that made him feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. They don't feel like a regretter, they feel more like a, let me just stuff it all and move forward" kind of energy, uh, until I get an ulcer or an illness that forces me to reflect back on my emotional world. But I feel like they're more of a stuffer and a mover honor, that comes in with that, right? Okay. Will he ever, let's see, will he never come to even talk with you here? No, I feel like the Ace of Wands, again, is an energy that's about passion and movement forward. It's like fire, it burns through a field, it doesn't go backwards, it only goes forward kind of energy, so I don't feel like they're gonna try to talk, it's just like, "Nope, just I'm gonna avoid conflict and just move forward, I'm not gonna look backward," kind of energy that comes in with that. And then, oh yeah, will you tarot reader said that you'll never in your life find real love. Yeah. So that's fear energy. You got the 9 of swords. That's your greatest fear, right? The 9 of swords. That's my nightmare that I'll never find love again. Well, you can drop that because you got the 9 of cups, which is emotional dream come true. So that is not true. You will find love, just a matter of when, and that comes back to, like, you have to find that you are the love of your life first, and then you find a dream come true love in the outside world. But if you can't be happy alone with yourself, you can't be happy in a relationship with someone else either. Um, so all of this focusing in on, "He never loved me, I was the fool, blah, blah, blah," feel your emotions. You got to do that. But when you're ready, you can come to the truth that, no, you were brave to love, and you're gonna learn so much through this, experience, because 'cause you're gonna see your fears. You're gonna be able to be freed from your fears, which allows you to move forward and raise your love vibration, and you can meet someone that is a match for you instead of this whatever you've had for 4 years of chasing and running and avoiding and fighting and breaking up and coming back together and making up and then breaking up and then making up and then breaking up and making up over and over again. That wasn't healthy. It was informative because you're learning about what you want and what you don't want. But you have someone that's like a dream come true in your future. So the longer you kind of roll around in the quagmire of your own despair, the longer it takes you to find that other new person. So do what you need to do, cry it out. That's healing. Cry, cry, cry as much as you feel you need to. But when you're ready, you can come to the truth that you have inside. Yeah. And the universe has my back. That's your fortune cookie. The universe has your back. Which, do we trust the universe? You know, do we trust the universe? Do we know that everything unfolds for our greatest experience, and eventually we see that that is true. You don't know. All right. So you can either believe the reading I did, or you can believe the reading of your other neighbors who say that you'll never find love again, and you get to enjoy whatever adventure you choose. So s- snap out of it, Ankita, snap out of it. All right, my dear. I'm sending you lots of love. I've been there several times, so I understand that feeling of your heart being pulled in half. And but if I can survive the many times it happened to me, you, of course, will also eventually get through this too, right? Well, yeah, of course. Because you need to not pursue them anymore, let them go. Find yourself, turn inward, find your self-love, and then that's when you meet someone at a higher vibration. Otherwise, you'll continue to do what you've always done and get what you've always gotten, right? Yeah, exactly. You need that separation. You don't need to rush into something else, definitely not. It's time for your own healing and self-discovery so you don't repeat cycles. 'Cause, trust me, I did 5 individuals. I was a serial monogamous. Just after that one ended, I went right into a new one. After that one ended, into a new one. That one ended into a new one. Then I had a 3-year break where I didn't do anything, and then I had a one last one, and that was fine. I would rather study, I know, right? Study you. You're the greatest lesson there. Oh, no. Yeah, you're in the revenge cycle now, so, you know, I know where you're at. Right, my dear. Hang in there, my dear. Thank you. Is that Nain? Naded? Wait, Nain? Let's see. Handial? Nained? I think so. I got yours on the free reading list here about Ritesh. So, where are we at? I've got one, 2, 3, 4. I got 8 free readings. And then you'll be number 8 right now. Nain, and then Ankita, you're number 7. Sean is number 6. Lil Pink is 5. Brown Horse is 4. Bay is 3. Maria is 2. And Johanna's up next. You're very welcome, Ankita. Hang in there. All right. So, Jojo, 43628 is for your free reading. There you go. And your question today, why has S, oh, that's right, been so annoying to you lately, right? Why have they, why do you have feelings of annoyance toward them? Let's see what we got here. Oh, yeah. Little bit of confliction inside of you between your head and your heart, and the need for balance with the 2 of Pentacles coming in here. I almost feel like you're balancing the earth and the heavens too. So I feel like there's been a lot of astrological energy that's, especially today being a full moon in Scorpio, that can irritate us at our core, right? The little scorpion sting that, we can revert sometimes, especially if we're in our head and you do have that conflict between your head and your heart. So this energy I feel is amplified here. And because your heart is still kind of drawn to them, but your mind is wanting to stab them with their with a sword. But, the tail of the scorpion sting, like it wants to sting them. Pow, pow, pow. Um, so, there is that energy here, the need to balance, the need to breathe and understand um, the all this built up energy. And I'm feeling like, I don't know if you've been walking and exerting energy, because they're telling me your fire is building up inside of you, and it's time to let some of that out. You got a lot of steam going on. So it's important to get out and walk or exercise, do something to bring flow of your fire outside of you. So, whatever way you know to do that is what they're saying. So, hopefully that helps, Jojo. That's what they have for you. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Maria P up. Thank you for your donations earlier. So, here is for your free reading. So, a general for you for love and for work. All right. So, for love, you've got the Page of Swords. Yeah, we kind of had that. This is about seeing things from a higher perspective, from a place of gratitude, unconditional love, and joy, and laughter, and peace, and play, joy, cutting away the expectations. And this is so important. Because they tell you almost every single reading, right? You're like, all right, one of these days it'll drop. Cause I feel like you know it up here, but there's something about it dropping into our heart. Once we hear it enough and we experience it enough, something happens where it drops into the knowing, going, oh, I see now that when I have these expectations that I feel the lack, and that's when we fight, and that's when things are rough. When I'm focusing on what I love about them, what I'm grateful about them, then it feels like harmony and wonderfulness, and oh, I love it. Until I fall back into this, then it feels right, and you feel the contrast between the two. For work, you've got the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, here's this abundance energy. It's also a new opportunity opening up for work here. And again, really look at that Six of Pentacles, that podcast. I feel like they're just saying there's so much abundance that can come your way. But, if it doesn't flow in, if it can't make it past those city gates, it doesn't matter how much they're lined up outside if they never get in the gates. So there is something within you, low, in your subconscious that needs to happen to set you free for everything, love, work, whatever, to allow it to come in. So that is what they have for you, Maria. Be sure to check that out. Many blessings to you. Hey, Raul, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. All right. So, Bay, you are up 441.30. So yours here. So, Bay, here's your timestamp. And you had a dream that you ended up hospitalized. Is it true? Is your life in danger? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, of course, see the disclaimer in the description area. I'm not like a medical professional or, any of that. So tarot's for fun and for entertainment purposes. So, of course, you get to decide if you feel in danger in anything, of course, seek professional assistance in any way. All right, let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, what was this dream? Is this a premonition or a self-reflection energy? Yeah, I feel like this is more emotional for you. You got the 10 of Cups, which is a big emotional energy that's been filling up. The Queen of Cups, she rules over the emotional suit, um, and with the King, and gets a second portion. So she's the master of emotion. And that's what I'm feeling like, because that's like diving deep in some fear emotions that are bubbling to the surface. I feel like you have this great amount of emotional energy coming in. And if it was here in the last few days with this Scorpio full moon energy, it can impact, individuals, especially. It feels like you're very empathic. You have a huge heart that you can feel this energy easily up to a week or more before and after, where your dream world, big emotions coming through in your dream world, to have you look at this. So there has to be something. If you look at the dream, um, and recall how you felt in it, not so much of what was going on, but how you felt. That's what they're wanting you to look at with all this emotional energy, because they'll show us like really extreme dreams or night like that border nightmares to get our attention. Because if we had a normal dream, oh yeah, blah blah, we wake up and go, oh, I think I dreamt. I can't remember what the dream was, but if you're like, oh my God, I dreamt I was hospitalized, you are remembering that dream in detail, right? So write it out, and if you have any more dreams, write them out so you can reflect on them and go, "What is my heart, my emotional inner child trying to bring up to me?" I imagine there's something 7 years old and younger. Oh, you're a Cancer too. Yeah, that makes total sense. I just saw that. Cancer, hello. Huge emotional energy attachment to the moon. So you really do feel all this emotional energy large. But that Scorpio moon energy does bring up awareness, does bring up things to be seen, with all this energy too. Um, yeah, so they were saying here, 7 years old and younger, something about someone being hospitalized. And it could be that you lost someone It could be like maybe a grandparent or someone passed away when you were younger, um, but it focused more on the emotion of it rather than the actual, um, circumstance of it. Um, but I do not feel like it is a premonition of a future thing. It's more of a inner emotional reflection to help you transform emotion. All right. So that's what they have for you, Bay. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Brown Horse 44533. So Anshita, hello, hello. Here's your timestamp. And you want to know here, you're welcome. You hanging out all this time. Thank you so much for being here. And your patience too. So hopefully that resonates for you. All right. So Anshita, you wanna know why uh Adarsh is not talking to you properly. I thought he left me. All right, let's take a look here. What's going on here with Ardash? And we've got the full card here. And we have the 10 of swords here too. So, the 10 of swords is like this person isn't dead here. They're just exhausted trying to live up um to a lot of the, supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and must be's, trying to please everyone else, trying to live up to all these expectations that are in here. It doesn't matter what expectations you have. They already came pre-filled with all these that they grew up with that they're holding themselves accountable for. So whether you say something or not, they still think that you have these expectations that they've been taught that everyone else has, which is not true, but they don't know that. None of us do in the beginning. We think, everyone has these. And so the 10 of swords is once we get to this place, we fear, I'm not going to be able to live up to all your expectations. I'm going to fail. You're going to leave me. So I'm going to stop talking to you because I'm going to run. Because the Fool card is the ending of an old cycle. It's the Zero card, the first card in the major arcana, which is a life free of expectations, just full of possibilities. Because swords, all those expectations feel trapping, and you feel like you're being caged, and they don't want to be caged. They want to be able to feel like everything they do is abundance and that they're not held to this big expectations and falling short, because who wants to feel like they're falling short? None of us do. That's why we strive so hard to get up to zero, but we don't. And we live in lack. We live in the negative. I'm in a minus. I have to work so hard just to get up to meeting expectations of zero. Whereas when we don't have any expectations, everything is abundance. And that's what they're looking for. And that's kind of they went into fight or flight mode. So you might even feel like, why did their personality change suddenly? Because when we're not in fear, we're living from a place of intelligence, of compassion, and love. When our little inner child feels unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable, all these expectations, right? I can't live up to all these. It freaks out. It sounds the alarm. It boots out the intelligent, loving, compassionate side. And I become a 2-year-old. Or whenever I first had that wound, the fear of rejection is usually 7 years old or younger. So I'm acting like a toddler. We act like children when we're in fear. Like, I'm not talking to you properly, right? I'm talking to you like a little child would. And you're like, "I'm gonna smack you like a little child." No, I don't smack little children. But I'm gonna smack you like a little child would smack a child, right? Because when they're acting like a child, what happens to us? We feel unsafe, out of control, and uncomfortable. We revert into acting like a child, and then we're 2 children fighting instead of an adult and a child, right? So, hopefully that helps a little bit there, Anshita. And just know that that they have to work on that. You can't control that for them. You can't really convince them that you don't have any expectations. All we can do in relationships, and this can be if you end up not talking to them anymore and letting them go, um, or you can try this with them and experiment. When we focus on what we're grateful for in someone, then they're more likely that that grows a relationship. When we're focusing on what someone's not doing, that's the expectations thing, then it shrinks it. It sucks the life out of it. So something to think about. All right. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings. Oh, you just got here, babe. Well, you came in the perfect time. I love it. Thanks for fessing up. You knew Spirit would tell me, right? All right. So cheers, cheers, everybody. I'll continue. I'm going to take a quick sip here. I'm getting dry. All right. So, Little Pink Pearl, you are up 450.50. All right, Little Pink, here is your timestamp and a general for what's coming. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know about what's coming here? You got this and this one. You got the Empress and the Three of Swords. Look at these three threes. So, focus on the Empress first. I know it's hard to focus. We'll focus on the Empress first. It's hard to focus when you see that Three of Swords. But it's not as bad as it looks because the Three of the Three of the Empress, the major arcana number 3, is all about birthing of something new. There is this Mother Nature, Mother Nurture growth, some release of this old feelings of heartache and disappointment with the Three of Swords. And I like this birthing of things. It's something, you know, and I feel like you do have these things popping up in your life that are reminding you of those old wounds, but it's coming up that way. And I feel like it's not coming up directly, like things aren't repeating to you like in your life one-on-one with someone. I feel like you're dreaming a lot about some past heartbreaks and that you're seeing people go through similar heartbreaks because that's when you're getting ready to birth this and ready to release it, our heart and our inner child and our spiritual posse, our mind, they'll use our dreaming world to bring things forward for us get used to something, work through some things on that plane because we know that it's not real in that moment, and we're able to process it on that kind of holodeck, if you know Star Trek. It's an imaginary to where I can run through scenarios and start to get used to facing it, not even with not the same characters. So if, this person A is what was the source of my experience of heartbreak, in my dream, it might be someone, a movie star, or someone else that I'm having a breakup with, or they're doing to me what this other person did. And I'm like, wow, that's weird. Why would I dream that this person did this? And then we're like, oh, wait a minute. This is them, in a different person's bodysuit for the sake of me doing this. And then you'll see people going through it in the outside world to get us used to seeing it out there until it's like here to be dealt with. So I feel like that's what's coming forward here is some wonderful release energy because you're ready to birth some of this emotion to get it out from your belly as they had here, but this low here, and we like this. We have this beautiful, beautiful, energy coming forward. So I like that for you, Little Pink. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. And then Sean G, 45421 coming in here. So Sean, here is your timestamp. So guidance for the weekend. Whoops, as I smack my microphone. All right. So we've got that and we've got this. You have the Knight of Pentacles and the Nine of Wands. So Knight of Pentacles is take it slow. And that I feel like this realize the slow weekend that's coming in here. Make time to rest. The 9 of Wands is it's about stepping into your power, your energy. I feel like you didn't a lot of your readings tonight had to do with wands, fire, energy, but it feels like things are going slower to give you the chance to step into your power, to see the block that's keeping you away from things, but to slow your roll, right? I feel like they say that? It wasn't that one of your future self focus in on joy, focus in on not working so hard. It's important to take some alone time here. Take it easy this weekend. Reflect. But don't even do that. Have fun. I feel is what they're wanting you to do here because all work and no play and no enjoying yourself is no fun. Equals no fun. Then what are we doing? It's important for you to celebrate. And I feel like this weekend, it's important for you to take some time just to slow down around work and do some fun stuff. Put off whatever you don't have to do today and enjoy it. I like it. All right. So that's what they have for you, Sean. Many blessings. And then we have Ankita for 5622. So Ankita, thank you for your donations earlier. And you want to know, will Yoti Das clear her exam in May term? She's your friend. All right, let's take a look here. So based on her current energy, will she clear her exam in May? I feel like they can, excuse me, if they can calm their mind. Because the Five of Cups is a sorrow energy, it's a lower vibrational emotional energy. And the Four of Swords, you can see they're resting here, all nice on the Ace of Swords. I feel like if they can calm down their mind and their heart, and then they can access their mind. We've talked about that probably with studying and taking tests and interviews and anything, stage fright, all of that happens because our little inner child feels unsafe and out of control, freaks out, it boots out our intelligent side, that intelligent, loving, compassionate side. And then we have a little 2-year-old and its pet hissing cat taking the test. So definitely has the capacity of mind to pass it, but keeping the peace of mind is important. So meditation or deep breathing, learning some breathing exercises when she's going in to take the test and the exam, whatever, just listening to calm, centering music, facing the fears too. If you're afraid, oh my God, what if I fail? What if you fail? They're not going to, in our day and age, they don't take you out back and shoot you for failing a test. You'll just take it again in the future. When we face the fear, we realize it's nothing to really fear. We just fear what people will think. But people are gonna think what they're gonna think anyway. It's about coming back to a place of peace, and then they definitely have the ability to pass it. But whatever we can do, calm music, breathing exercises, incense, meditation, whatever, before you go take the test, they can be in the most calmest place. You'll have full access to your brain, and then you do fine. All right. So that's what's coming in for them in Kita. So I'm sure you'll pass that along. Many blessings to you. Hey, Gene XO, good to see you. Hello, hello. Yeah, I'll get you on there. We're getting to the wrapping up stages tonight as we're hitting 5 hours. And I only have, let's see, 1, 2, 3 more free readings to go. So we're going to start dialing it down because I'm getting tired. So we'll finish up these last 3 here. So we have, is that Nanad? Nanad Handial? I think so. Anyway, 4:59:21 is your timestamp. I totally murdering your name, and my apologies. But we'll look here. Will Ritesh come back in relationship? Okay, so your name is Nena. All right, no contact. Let's take it. Based on current energies. All right, got that one. And what else can you know here around this? So the answer would be no, but it's for you. You have the Tower card. The Tower card tells you that someone is being removed out of your life on purpose for you, not it's not something happening to you because it's creating the space for something that's more in alignment with your energy, clearing the path for you to move forward. Yeah, because you got the magician energy. There is something more for you up here. This magician energy is, and this is an alignment energy because the magician is like you're learning what you want and what you don't want. And this is a learning, a progression type of energy that's coming in here for you that, you're going to be able to step forward and step into your power, someone that honors your power in the future. So, and it's whenever we have like no contact situations, we're like, if you step back and look at that, they're not mature enough to be in a relationship, right? If someone is like, "No, we're done, bye," and they take off, it's like they're not someone that is willing to work at a relationship and to make it work. And so thank you for showing me who you are. Thank you, universe, for taking them out of my life, towering, blasting them out of my life so that I can be with someone that matches my energy. So I feel like that's what they want you to know. So hang in there. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right. And we have Minu in the house. Hello, hello. All right. I'll add one more on. I'm closing down the session here fast. So you got in just as the elevator doors are closing. We have Rahul up, so 501:56. Yeah, that's 5 hours I've been doing readings. I know. So thank you guys so much for your patience in getting to your reading, and some of you were waiting a long time. So, Rahul, you wanna know, will all things go happily today? All right, based on your current energies and your choices, will things go happily today? It's really up to you if they'll go happily today. Oh my gosh, I was gonna say, it's your choice, right? You got the Lovers card, the power of emotional choice. You got the Chariot card, this, this, you know, um, power of choice. It's the major arcana. I got 2 of the big power of choice energies. So, everything that happens in the world just is. We're the ones that choose our emotion. We choose the story. This chariot card tells us the 4 areas. We choose the story of what something means. So am I gonna choose that what's happening is a happy story or a sad story? I'm the one that gets to choose. The situation itself does not determine it, because if the situation determines whether we're happy or sad, then everyone that experienced the same situation would always feel the same about it, but we don't. So it's not the situation that determines how it impacts us. We, the experiencer, are the ones that determine it. Sure, we're given a lot of stories and a lot of opinions around what something's supposed to mean, how something's supposed to feel, what we're supposed to do and react with it physically and energetically. But that's opinion. We're the ones, the chariot card, the lovers card. I choose how I feel. Lovers card especially, that signifies and reinforces it with both these cards together. I'm the one that chooses whether I'm happy or sad with the situation or any other emotion. So I guess the real question is, um, I don't know. Are you gonna be happy today? My mom used to say, "Well, have a great weekend." "Well, I know you will, because 'cause you'll choose to." And I'm like, "That's right, mom, I will, because I get to choose." I used to just tell people, "Happy New Year," and if not, it's your own damn fault, because 'cause you're the one choosing not to have a happy New Year. So that's your message, Raoul. Are you gonna have a happy day? It's all up to you. You get to choose. You can let the outside world, be at the whim of the outside world and to determine your happiness, or you can take your power back and you can decide, I'm going to be happy no matter what. You guys can try whatever, but I'm going to be happy. So I like that. So that's what they have for you, Rahul. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Gene XO, you're up 50458. Hashtag facts. I love it. Here's your timestamp. Thank you, Gene. Glad you have a good sense of humor. So, hello, love. You want to ask what are eyes, feelings, and intentions towards you after your interactions today, right? Feelings and intentions. And then, of course, the underlying energies. So you got the 10 of Pentacles on the bottom. So there's this great feeling of fullness and abundance and gratitude, kind of a relationship energy sometimes as well on the bottom there. Their feelings today, ooh, well, the Knight of Wands, a lot of fast moving, passionate energy, movement of energy, fast movement of energy. So, um, we've got a lot of fire going on here, right? And then intentions, temperance, slow, patient alchemy. Not moving on the actions and the passion and the movement, but taking my time, understanding what I want, letting the magic happen when it will, not trying to make things happen quickly, even though their emotions, I mean, it's not so much their feelings as their passion, their energy, the energetic attraction, the physical attraction, even like this energy. But let me take my good old time with this kind of energy that's coming in here. So interesting. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Jean. So many blessings to you. Ah, I get you. All right. And then Minu 50704. Here is your timestamp. You're very welcome, Jean. I know fast. I know my energy is going down fast. That's why I'm moving faster, shorter messages here as I wind down. So thank you for your understanding there. And then Minu, I want to know Spirit's message for you. So we've got that and this one here. So Minu, what do we have here? We've got the Two of Swords, the Nine of Cups. I do feel like your head and your heart are in a bit of a battle here about what we're wanting. We're like at a decision point. Your mind is taking you one way, your heart is taking you another with this Nine of Cups going, no, no, no. This is the emotional dream come true. This is what we want. And the mind's going, no, 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 no. We want this. So I feel like, you're you have the opportunity to really step back and go, you can even like, they're showing me like a piece of paper with a line down the middle, brain, heart. What is it that my brain wants? What is it that my heart wants? See what kind of compromise can happen where the heart is happy and living and the brain goes, all right, we can support that. Because if we live just off the brain, we feel like we're existing. If we live just at the heart, we tend not to be able to maintain a whole lot because the heart jumps into so much, right? Fools rush in, we end up jumping off a cliff, right? So the brain helps us support that. But in the beginning, it tries to bully the heart. No, this is what we're going to do. When we're like, hey, brain, we're allowing the heart to have their say so. Let's come together, see what we can create. I feel like that's what's coming in with that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Minu. Many blessings to you. Whoa. Wow, it's time. I'm starting to smack around the microphone. So, everybody, if you haven't checked out how to make the most of the Scorpio full moon energy, here is a helpful little video I put out. It'll be the last of its kind that's coming out because I'm not doing any more of those. Um, at least for a while that I know of. I also have the basics of making the most of full moon energy, where we dive into release ceremonies and affirmations. So you can check those out. And if you haven't checked out The Easier Path, my podcast, um, here's a link to the most recent one that just came out yesterday, growing the empathic gift. We have one before that that talks about the empath's heart song. So your empaths out there that are having fun with all this emotional moon energy can check that one out too. But all the playlist is down in the description area if you want to catch up on any of the previous sessions, episodes as well. So enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. I am on Wednesday night through Sunday night, so I'll be back tomorrow and Sunday night as well. So if you'd like to join us, please do so. I'd love to have you guys. And till then, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love to you guys. Hang in there. Dream well. Have wonderful full moon dreams. Hang in there. And much love to you guys. We'll see you soon. Good night. Sweet dreams.